Okay, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Monday, November 17th regular meeting of Palo Alto City Council, and if the clerk would please call the roll.
Councilmember Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Burt?
Here.
Vice Mayor Vinker? Here. Councilmember Lithgow-Hames? Councilmember Liu?
Here.
Councilmember Rectal?
Here.
Mayor Lowing?
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Thank you very much. Are there any agenda changes, additions, or deletions, City Manager?
The only change is reflected in your amended agenda, which is the elimination of the closed session. So we'll proceed with your open session items.
Okay. Our first item tonight is general public comment on items not on the agenda. We'd like to see how many speakers we have.
We have 7 requests to speak. Actually, 6. Oh, just kidding. 7 requests to speak for items not on the agenda.
Okay, we'll go with the normal 3 minutes and would encourage you to be more concise if possible. We have a lot of busy agenda items tonight.
Our first speaker is Sven T.
Good evening, all. Thank you, City Council members, so much for your devotion to duty. You were all volunteers here. Sven, you're almost 20-year resident of Palo Alto, chemical engineer, dad, and you're science advisor for induction and natural gas stoves. So just a gentle reminder, natural gas stoves, because they are burning a CH4 molecule, a carbon-based molecule, they generate benzene. Benzene is a carcinogen, a known human carcinogen. There is no safe level. In addition, it generates oxides of nitrogen because there's 78% nitrogen. So when you burn anything, you get oxides of nitrogen. Roughly, studies show 20% of childhood asthma is caused by having a gas stove. These are big numbers. And why am I so fussy pants about this? It's personal. My dad died of lung cancer, and my elder daughter suffered from exercise-induced asthma. And so it goes home. But also as a chemical engineer who is concerned for everybody, I mean, you're all my lammies. Everybody's got kids here, and that means everybody's kids are being affected, and us as adults. So big picture, it's a human health problem, but in addition to that, the natural gas industry, just like the tobacco industry, is manipulating us because they're saying you gotta have a natural gas stove in your house, all sorts of advertising, paying influencers, because that is the gatekeeper into your house so that they can keep your natural gas hot water heater and or natural gas furnace running. So they are manipulating public sentiment to that natural gas is safe, convenient, and all that. And it's simply not. So tonight, it's a simple ask. Thanksgiving's coming up. I'm going to be gone for the next 2 weeks. I'm going to be going to a place with a natural gas stove, and I would invite you to, with me, open your windows in the kitchen when you're running your gas stove, if you've got one, and make sure the hood is on, even though they're not that effective. At least it's something for you and your family over Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Avril S., followed by Mark S.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Avril Shah, and I'm a member of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC, and a junior at Pali. I have a few things to talk about tonight, but I'm going to try to make this short. The first is last Monday, me alongside around 20 people on Zoom were hoping to speak for the Dark Skies Ordinance. I know unfortunately it was deferred, but we would greatly appreciate if it could be brought back to Council sooner rather than later. Secondly, I'd like to reiterate my colleague Sven's words regarding the health effects of natural gas stoves and the potential benefits of switching to induction. This is proven science that says the partial combustion of natural gas in, especially in stoves where it's not immediately then put into an exhaust, is bad for our health. It releases benzene and nitrous oxides, which benzene is a proven carcinogen. These are things that we know and things that we can take action on. And for myself, I see that the city does a lot of outreach or attempts to work with so many community members with varying rates of success to promote electrification. And I just see limited success regarding natural gas stoves, and I don't feel that we're communicating the health effects of them as effectively as we might. I would urge the city to take further action on that because these are easy solutions that we can do. We can do more to talk about the health effects because right now I believe the city's outreach on that is limited to, as far as I know, a small section on the bottom of our website regarding electrification. There is simply just a lot more that we can do, and I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I just urge the city to consider expanding its outreach to include the benefits of induction over natural gas. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark S., followed by Steve L.
Thank you. I'd just like to add in that last comment, we have an induction stove. It's insanely great and responsive. Thank you. But I'm here, I'm concerned that the Palo Alto Airport Weather System Upgrade Program and the FAA grant terms associated with it need more transparency and a thorough review. It looks more like a package of changes to enable more operations during non-towered nighttime hours than just a weather system. For example, it also includes moving the PAPI lights to the darker bay side of the runway. These PAPIs appear to be the brighter and more intense LEDs, which reach further and enable more nighttime operations, but actually aren't safer in fog or for small planes with center props. Not to mention that better enabling more non-towered night landings does not increase safety. We also don't know what the full scope of this package is, nor what additional FAA mandated changes will be triggered later if the program enables more night operations. You may remember, for example, how the FAA's critical aircraft requirement in earlier grant assurances tied repaving the runway to also expanding it. Moreover, this will restart the clock for another 20-25 years for the grant assurances which contractually prevent Palo Alto from exercising its airport ownership rights, such as setting operating hours, limiting airport use to private planes versus ticketed commercial operations like at San Carlos, phasing out selling leaded gas, controlling light levels for wildlife anywhere on the airport grounds, or as Council found recently, to freely use excess airport land for safe RV parking. And all new FAA grant assurance contractually commit recipient airports to enforce all of Trump's executive orders banning DEI, equity, gender and identity non-discrimination, climate and environmental justice programs, as well as to enforce so-called protections for speech, essentially how one talks about race, gender, and sexual orientation. I should also note that the airport's previous owner, Santa Clara County, has long stopped accepting FAA grant money because of these onerous and now odious mandatory terms in FAA grant assurances. This whole program needs a lot more transparency and review to understand its true scope and cost. This is clearly not free money nor a no-brainer, particularly for a package that provides no new safety for daytime operations and encourages less safety and noise for nighttime operations. Finally, I've left copies of the Federal Registry announcement listing the 2025 changes to FAA grant terms with the clerks. It's one page. They're worth reading. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve L., followed by Carol G.
I came over first to thank the council for the successful and expeditious approval of finally 660 University, and to thank the mayor for running one of the few civil meetings I attended over the 660 project. But the main reason I came is to urge you and the planning staff to find a way to limit future PHC applications and review, perhaps to a year and a half, perhaps to 5 meetings. I'd love to see the housing decided, but my main reason is that I think the 4 years that we took overtaxed the staff and pushed off other important items. You now have 3 PHCs, but you have the San Antonio area plan, you have the SB 79 and alternatives, you have a housing fee study that's supposed to take a year, and you have other housing applications. I don't see how we get through all of this without somehow limiting the PHC process. I don't know the mechanics of doing it, but I know that Emily Callis, for example, could have done many other things if she hadn't have had to prepare for 9 660 University meetings. So that's why I came. I hope maybe somebody will think about it and prepare a colleague's memo, but the city's been doing really pretty well on streamlining the housing review process. But the 660 experience suggests that we need to do better for the PHCs for 332 Forest and 414 Cal Ave, and I'm forgetting the other one, but there is one more that's coming up. So please, let's reform the PHC process and shorten it.
Our next speaker is Carol G., followed by Fred B.
Greetings, Mayor Lowing, City Council members, and my beloved Palo Alto community. My name is Carol Garston, founder and producer of the Third Thursday California Avenue Music Festival, and a proud Barron Park, Palo Alto resident of 23 years. For the past 30 consecutive months, it has been my honor and joy to produce Third Thursday for our community. From the start, it has been much more than a public event. With music as the glue, the festival has served as a community engagement hub, a place where nonprofits, city departments, and local businesses connect with Silicon Valley residents and employees of all ages and backgrounds. In the wake of the pandemic, Third Thursday helped nurture our community through the joy of live music, rebuild our sense of belonging, and increase foot traffic and economic activity for the Cal Ave Business District. I'm saddened to share that the festival will not be taking place this month. Our team is currently restructuring and working to secure a new fiscal sponsor with the goal of resuming the event in early 2026. I am deeply grateful for the tremendous support from the City of Palo Alto, the Palo Alto Chamber Foundation, Stanford Research Park, and the Cal Ave business community. To date, over 70% of ground-level businesses in car-free Cal Ave have signed the petition, urging that I continue as the event's producer. I am profoundly moved by the encouragement and appreciation by musicians, nonprofits, and residents throughout Palo Alto, all expressing their hope that I continue leading Third Thursday. I invite everyone to join me on Thursday, November 20th, from 6 to 8 p.m. on Cal Ave at Ash. I'll be there to meet with Third Thursday fans, answer questions, and share festival swag, hats, t-shirts, wine glasses, and other treats. Thank you for your time and your support and your belief in the power of community. I hope to see you this Thursday, 6 to 8 p.m. at Cal Ave and Ash. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Fred B., followed by CCK.
Good evening, Fred Ballin here. On Thursday, you received an email as a CC from Hayden Cantor of University Terrace, replete with misstatements and hyperbole, calling for a four-way stop at the intersection of California Avenue and Columbia Street. Sightlines are not obstructed thanks to the red-painted curbs. Yellow and green pedestrian crossing signs pair each side of the Cal Ave intersection. There is striping along the 4 crossings and a large pavement-printed stop and sign at each of the Columbia Street sides. A four-way stop is not needed and will generate problems. Equally upsetting is the failure to consult with Colors Terrace neighbors. My wife Ann, who wrote you yesterday, and I have lived on that corner for over 30 years. Since the 2004 initial project plans, neighbors have studied traffic reports and conducted our own data and analysis over the years. We pushed unsuccessfully to maintain a backdoor roadway out of the site and for a legally required street width for fire vehicles. But in the wake of the discovery of toxics on the site, we did succeed with the council with Corey Walbach and Pat Burt to require that Stanford implement state-of-the-art sub-slab depressurization under houses over that site. I trust that that was implemented. Speeding down from the top of Cal Ave in whatever means is a hazard. Lowering the speed limit or adding a second speed table on that stretch could help. Thank you.
Our next speaker is CCK.
Good evening. My name is Cece Kettendorf. I live on Grove Avenue in Adobe Meadow neighborhood, and I'm here to speak in support of Carol Garston as the managing person in charge of the third Thursday music on Cal Ave. And so I want to read to you the names of the businesses who signed the petition in support of Carol, and it's 70% of the businesses on Cal Ave. Here's a list: Massage Therapy Center, Omni Lash, Anatolian Kitchen, Palo Alto Fit, Zarene's, Square Guys Pizza, La Boheme, Rara, Mediterranean Wraps, Roman Kowa, Namaste, Cali Kitchen, La Hole Nails, Nob Hill Hardware, The Form, Izzy's, Tech CU, Lotus Thai Bistro, Campus Barber, The Key, Victorian Ballet, Victorian Art, Joni's Cafe, Hair Sharpers, Umi Tea, Mini Cat Town, Leaf and Petal, Christ Science Reading Room, Jinshu, Palo Alto Eyeworks, Palo Alto Soul, Club Pilates, Cubberley, Spoken Wheel. And I'm just sad that it's not going to happen in November or December. And I'm hoping that Carol will once again be able to step up and run the fabulous show that she's always done. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for items not on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Let's now go to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Who would like to start? Vice Mayor Vinker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to be back. I was in Brazil up until Saturday afternoon, where I traveled in my capacity as Vice Chair of the Bay Area Air District, along with the Chair, our Executive Director, and our Public Affairs Officer. And I just want to give you a brief sense of those meetings tonight because the city cares so deeply about climate action. I can share more details at the Climate Action Committee meeting on Thursday, or folks can talk to me, but it was really quite an extraordinary experience. We first went to Rio de Janeiro for the C40 Local Leaders Forum, which is a global network of mayors that drive climate action. So I was representing our mayor, thank you. But there were close to 1,000 subnational leaders there, and it was really a tremendous sharing of best practices. But I want to share the main message we got and then the main message we gave. And when I say we, I mean Americans. Because there's a really great concern internationally about the U.S. backing off of climate action. I mean, other countries with extreme drought or flooding or other, current experiences, they're really desperate to rein in climate change, and they don't want to see the U.S. turn the tide. And also, economically, they are very, very worried. Not only are they worried about the U.S. backing off of technology development, like investing in development, or ceasing to be a significant market for green tech, they're very concerned about losing U.S. investment in climate action initiatives around the world. There's a lot of strong feelings about the Trump administration, starting with the mayor of London, who opened the plenary with all of the delegates there, accusing it of, quote, climate vandalism. So that was the vibe into which we arrived. So what about the message we gave? Well, it was very interesting because what we were saying is that the U.S. is still all in. And, states, counties, regional entities like the Air District, we were all there saying, look, we're still full steam ahead. And it was really interesting because the response was pretty incredible. At one point, the mayor of London asked us in this big meeting, if you're an American, could you raise your hand? And I thought, I'm not sure I want to. But we did, and the place erupted clapping for those of us that were still with the movement. So it was really an unusual thing, because when you travel internationally as on behalf of the United States, oftentimes there's envy or respect or regard. And here it was almost like empathy and pity. So it was a very unusual posture that we're in internationally at the moment. But it was very heartening that they were thanking those of us that were still all in. And so the key theme that came out of that week was that the traditional wisdom of sort of the nations coming together was sort of flipped on its head, and really talking about climate action being local, that this is where we're boots on the ground. This is the implementation. We can go ahead. We don't need permission from national government. So it was a very interesting bottom-up approach as opposed to a top-down approach. And so that was the place where local entities were really talking to each other about it. So that reframing was very interesting and really fits perfectly with the way Palo Alto has approached things. And I did have I want to give a big thanks to Director Eggleston and the Public Works team, who gave me some really helpful talking points, because I had a chance to be interviewed by ICLEI, which is another global network of local governments specifically focusing on sustainability, and we're a member of ICLEI. And they wanted me to talk about a Palo Alto sustainability project, so I got the chance to brag about our new horizontal levee pilot, and people were kind of astounded by that, so that was a nice thing, so thanks to the team for supporting that. So that was in Rio. Then we moved on to Belém in the Amazon, where the United Nations conference was happening, and boy, that was extraordinarily hot, humid. But the really notable thing there is that for the first time in the history of these summits, the U.S. did not send an official delegation. And despite that we're historically the world's biggest emitter. So out of the 195 nations on this planet, who else didn't send them? San Marino, which has a population half the size of Palo Alto, Afghanistan, and Myanmar. So that's the company we're in. Anyway, it was quite extraordinary, and as you probably read, Governor Newsom was down there. There were only, I think, 6 U.S. electeds there. 5 of them were from California. And the key takeaway there was that they are really moving after 30 years of negotiations, from negotiations to implementation, and really, again, the economic thing, how do we pay for it? How do we achieve these goals? How do we do it equitably? But an important sub-theme we don't hear up here is there is an extreme frustration in the global South that the global North has industrialized over the years ahead of them, created a lot of this problem, and now we're asking them not to use their natural resources to enrich themselves because it might contribute to emissions. So there's a lot of tricky international politics that go into the climate work that we want to do. So I'll just close by saying another couple of thank yous. I want to thank the utilities team, Director Curatori and Catherine Elbert, for talking points for an energy resilience panel, where again I got to brag about Palo Alto. It was sponsored by ICLEI at the Spanish Pavilion, alongside, I learned what's going on in Sao Paulo, Finland, Barcelona, and Argentina. And finally, a thank you again to Brad, John Abendschein, Christine Long, for talking points for a video interview with a group out of Stockholm about our leadership on carbon neutrality. So those videos should be available. So we are sharing Palo Alto's best practices and brought back a lot of learnings from others. And it's really quite a fascinating experience. So that's my report.
Councilor Ruth-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome back, Vice Mayor. It's nice to be a full complement of 7 again tonight on the dais. Just want to report that As you know, we have an ad hoc of the council working on the situation with oversized vehicles. I serve on that ad hoc with council members Burt and Reckdahl. And as the city pursues both addressing the impacts of oversized vehicles on businesses and residents, we are also looking at recruiting new safe parking spots. Toward that end, if anyone listening is interested in being a part of that conversation, we know it's going to take creativity and a lot of eyeballs looking at potential options. Please reach out to me at julieforpaloalto.com, email me, and I will get you plugged into that conversation. This really does feel like an all hands on deck situation where we're looking for solutions and excited to hear whatever ideas you might have. I'd also like to follow up on my announcement that I was hosting a potluck dinner on the 14th for any Palo Altans who wanted to come and just try to be an antidote to the loneliness, create community. And that potluck dinner went off thanks to a grant from the Know Your Neighbors grant. We did it on Friday night, and I thought it was going to go from 5:30 to 7:30. It went from 5:30 to 9:45 p.m. And to a person, I think we all felt we haven't had the chance to just let our hair down and have engaging conversations with humans without technology present. And so I plan to do this again, and I encourage anybody who's searching for ways to create community at a micro level to strengthen us against the larger headwinds we face. Consider doing a potluck. There's a recent New York Times article that speaks to the inherent benefits of potlucks, where everybody contributes a little something and you co-create both the meal, the space, and the conversation. On Saturday, the 15th, I attended the Palo Alto Youth Council Model City Council event. Council members Liu and Stone were also there. It was wonderful to see our amazing engaged youth council grappling with some of the issues they feel are most pertinent in the city right now. A great group of kids, and I always am excited to hear what's on their minds. And then finally, on Sunday, yesterday, all of us were at the Public Safety Building opening. I'm sure we'll hear more about that. Just wonderful to be present as something that has been so long in the making was finally getting its red ribbon cut. So many people worked so hard on that over the decades. And I think for those of us who are relatively new to the effort of city work, it's really quite a lesson to sit and listen and learn to the triumph of persistence, which is, I think, how our city manager put it in his remarks. And finally, I attended the Magical Bridge Friendsgiving last night. It was my first time there, and a remarkable event, bringing together people from all over the community to share stories around the table and eat a delicious meal, and a great way to kick off a very busy holiday season. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to comment that, I'm still in a buzz from yesterday's meeting. For yesterday's event. It was just so great to have the closure on that after so many years, decades, as you heard from the speakers. And we could have had a council meeting because we were all there. And all the residents were smiling for a change. No complaints at all. Everybody was really happy. So it was just a terrific event and a great milestone. It did get coverage on Channel 4 NBC at 9:45 last night. Just shifting now to the ad hoc committee on OSVs. Councilmember Burt is on the SB 79 committee, and I'm on the OSV committee. I distinctly report putting myself on that committee, so it's you and me.
I'm sorry, we have so many committees. I'm sorry. Also,
That's right. So, and the only thing I want to say about that right now is that we are continuing to meet weekly because of the urgency of it, and our next one is, again, this week, and we might meet Thanksgiving week without staff if they can't. It's probably not necessary, so, but we're staying on this. We're taking this very, very urgently. And as you know, there's a couple of items coming back to council at the next meeting on the 8th, or I guess it's the second meeting, approving a couple of the urgency ordinances, so things are happening in that regard. Also want to report that last week and this current week are sort of both Stanford weeks. Been very active with the Stanford community. Last Tuesday, I represented Palo Alto on our annual Veterans Day partnership with Stanford. Last year it was at MacArthur Park. This year it was on campus at Stanford's Hoover Institution to remember and thank our veterans, sort of focus on local, but not restricted to that. There are hundreds of veterans who live in Palo Alto and Stanford, so it's not a distant audience. But I will say that I was barely a warm-up act with my comments for the, as you know, very distinguished keynote speaker, Secretary Condoleezza Rice, and her reflections were absolutely remarkable. Just gave an amazing talk and spoke about our women and men who are and have served, and how almost every day that has impact on what happens in American lives. So just remarkable. And Councilmember Burt and Rectal were also in attendance. Last Wednesday, I attended a reception for area elected officials with President Levin there at Stanford. At the same time, the vote to reopen the government was happening, and it was a little bit distracting for some of us, particularly the president, because they're sort of dependent on certain things from the federal government. So they were very pleased at the end of the evening that that was passed. In my role now on the Stanford Next Advisory Council, SNAC, we have our second meeting open to the public, I emphasize, this Thursday, November 19th from 6 to 8. It's at the Mexican Heritage Plaza in San Jose. You'll recall that SNAC is their community outreach to their eventual general use permit application with the county, Santa Clara County. And they're seeking initial feedback from the member committee of 22 residents from the, not residents, but representatives, sorry, from the region on the role of Stanford in the community. So this Thursday, the focus is on housing overview with a discussion on housing needs, their programs, regional solutions, and information. The website is at next.stanford.edu. Any other councilmember comments? Councilmember Rectal?
Last night I attended a PAPD outreach meeting down at Green Meadow. There's been recently a couple of break-ins down there, and so Captain Perone did a very nice job talking to the people and putting them at ease. And there really were two takeaways from that. One is, the newspaper has a lot of reports of crime, but still Palo Alto has low crime rate compared to our neighbors and also compared to our history. So things are going well. Crime still does happen occasionally, but it's well under control in Palo Alto. But the second thing is that if you are walking around and you see suspicious behavior, feel free to call 911. 911 isn't just for terrible, terrible crimes. If you need police response, call 911 and they'll triage it and do their best to respond to it right away. So do not hesitate. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other comments? Then we are ready to move to the consent calendar. Any additional comments from staff on that before we go ahead? Okay.
Mayor, we do have one request to speak for consent calendar.
Go ahead.
Our first speaker is Herb B.
Good evening. Usually at the start, you ask council members if they have any comments, such as whether they have conflicts of interest. This is an item involving money for Stanford. As I recall, Vice Mayor Vinker in the past has indicated a conflict and not participate in items such as this. I also believe Councilmember Liu has a conflict since his spouse is employed at Stanford Linear Accelerator. The Stanford operates that place on behalf of the Department of Energy, but she is a Stanford employee. In the same way, I believe that in the previous meeting when you voted on the Quarry Road extension, that I believe Councilmember Liu should have recused himself. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for consent calendar items 2 through 8.
Okay, we have two things on here. One is a quasi-judicial item, as we note, when that takes a majority, but I think, is it a supermajority or not? No? Okay.
Simple majority.
And do you need any separate disclosures now on that?
It would be good to ask if there are any disclosures on that one.
Okay, let's start with that first. Councilmember Burt, any disclosures? Councilmember Liu?
I am recused from Stanford-related issues. I believe that could cover both item 5 and item 7, but no other disclosures.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banker?
I've been gone a week and I can't figure out which button to push. I don't have any disclosures on 6, which is what I thought you were asking about, but I would recuse myself from 7, and I guess I would ask the city attorney whether 5 implicates sufficient Stanford matters.
Okay, well,
We didn't look at this in detail, but in an abundance of caution.
In an abundance of
perhaps
caution, I'll recuse on 5 and 7. Thank you.
okay, I have none.
Yeah, nothing to report on item 6.
Nothing to report.
None.
Okay, does the clerk have that? All right, then I look for a motion to move the consent with those recusals.
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, let's call the vote, please.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Mayor Lowling?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Next, we move to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. When the city clerk's ready, you can may ask for some help with the slides. Great, next slide, please. Well, if I could just extend the warm feeling about yesterday's event at our new public safety building and ribbon cutting, as you see here. Actually, I think the term I used was celebration for the triumph of perseverance, really reflected over more than 2 decades in bringing this need to reality, and really congratulations to everyone from the community to our public safety first responders in getting us here, and obviously our public works and many other departments in the delivery of this as a project. Really enjoyable event yesterday with community members so interested and engaged with our public safety departments as well as others. Did want to note the second bullet here shown on this slide. For those who do need in-person services from the police department, those are currently still provided here at 250 Forest, or 275 Forest, sorry, our current police building here attached to City Hall. And so if looking for a police report or a similar type of records, that those can still be reached here at City Hall. And the number is 650-329-2406 for any specific information needed. Next slide, please. Then to quickly touch on California Avenue, and as noted here, music and events update, did want to state very clearly for community awareness, really reflecting what the city has been communicating informally, but let me just try to make this very emphatic. City is committed to supporting active events, music and active events on California Avenue. We are greatly appreciative to Third Thursday for having proven the concept and the value of such activation and events on California Avenue. And as has been noted previously, the withdrawal of the prior fiscal sponsor has caused a need and opportunity to review what those events might be in the months and years to come. I'm happy to report that today a number of us met with California Avenue merchants, a very encouraging, positive discussion, and including the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation as an organizing entity and a restart after the rainy season into the spring of events, music events, and more that we hope will be, well, we expect will be more than a monthly occurrence. And so there was discussion today of starting a working group on really sketching out a calendar for 2026 of events and, again, music events and other activations on California Avenue, as it is now proven to be such a wonderful venue, both for our community as well as merchants and visitors. And in the meanwhile, and I'll touch on this a little later, we are planning for the upcoming chamber and city-sponsored holiday celebration on Saturday, December 6th. Next slide, please. Then to hit on the preparation for the holidays, this is our annual plug to invite merchants, businesses around town to let us know if they'd like us, the city, to amplify their holiday greetings and any promotions available through the holiday season. Our upliftlocal.org/holiday site provides specific information, and we are happy to provide support to our local businesses through this as well as other channels. Next slide, please. And then just a little more specificity here on upcoming events, both downtown and Cal Ave. The Lytton Plaza tree lighting will occur on Friday, December 5th. Our mayor, as always, will be providing MC, as well as, who knows, maybe other talents may be shown that evening. Then the following evening, December 6th, on California Avenue, also with music, tree lighting, and various performances, and we shall see all the talents that are shown that evening. So look forward to 2 successive nights, both downtown, University Avenue, as well as California Avenue holiday events coming up. Next slide, please. Then turning to a more serious note, just want to note a number of other engagement opportunities coming up. This week on Wednesday, Project Safety Net is holding a community gathering on the topic of youth mental health. So we would like to help amplify that awareness of an event upcoming. So it's Wednesday, the 19th, this Wednesday at Mitchell Park Community Center from 4:30 p.m. Doors open at 4. Next slide, please. Then rail grade separations, also very important and community topic of great interest. We have hosted our meetings to this point. I just want to highlight upcoming dates for community members that are tracking those deliberations. This, actually tomorrow, on this Tuesday, November 18th, our rail committee will be discussing alternatives. Then on December 10th, the city council will hold a special meeting on this topic of rail grade separations, where we expect to make a staff presentation, receive public comments, and then have some initial council discussion. Then that item will be continued to the following Monday, December 15th, where the city council will consider next steps on the selection of grade separation alternatives. On December 15th, we would expect that to be limited to city council deliberations, and no additional public comment will be taken at that evening. Next slide, please. Then just a step back from that specific to look at all of the upcoming dates. First off, there is no meeting next Monday. It is Thanksgiving week, so no meeting. Actually, I believe no committee meetings as well next week, or not formal committee meetings. Then the city council will next meet on December 1st. with study sessions on your neighborhood town halls, both retrospective as well as prospectively what the plan will be going forward. Another study session on the bicycle pedestrian transportation plan, get additional council feedback on a proposed final plan, and then action items related to the South Palo Alto bikehead crossings, as well as your council-appointed officer agreements. Then the following week, December 8th, Dark Skies will be back for discussion. I did mention that to our public commenter earlier, so he has the date. Then noted earlier here, Wednesday, December 10th, a special meeting on rail grade separations. Then your final meeting for the calendar year will be December 15th with a study session on the Cabrili project. Then 2 action items, 4075 El Camino Way and rail grade separations. So with that, Mayor, that we'll wrap the year when we get there.
A lot of work still in the next few weeks. Okay, thank you. We're running ahead of schedule, and I suggest that we don't take our break now. We'll see the reaction I have from colleagues on that, and jump into the initial presentation on turf, and we'll find a logical break point for that to get a break. While we're doing that, Madam Clerk, we were having a lot of flashing of the slides here on this monitor, so maybe it's just this monitor, but yeah.
Perhaps we'll hang with it until you take your break, but if it becomes too distracting, we might just disconnect it. Let us know if you'd like to.
It should be showing exactly what's on your iPads too, so.
Yeah, it's on the iPad.
Okay.
We've got it on the iPad.
Okay, very good.
All right, good evening, Mayor Lowing and council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Director of the Community Services Department, and tonight we are presenting on the turf study that assesses the turf systems of Palo Alto. To my right is Division Manager of Open Space Parks and Golf, Sarah Robustelli, and I'm going to turn it over to her, and she's going to introduce our other guest at the table. So go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you so much, Kristen. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. As Kristen mentioned, I'm the Division Manager for Open Space Parks and Golf and the Project Manager for the turf study. To my right is Anthony Stevenson from Lloyd Consulting, who I will be presenting with this evening. Anthony, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and serve the city and community. My name is Anthony Stevenson. I'm a civil engineer and principal with Lloyd Consulting Group. We are a sports design firm involved in planning and design of sports facilities throughout the United States. As far as the study goes, we put together a international team of consultants, academics, and researchers stemming from Europe, North America, and Australia. It was our goal to deliver a comprehensive, objective approach to this study informed by international advances, but really grounded here in local context. The team members, or the group of us, we do all sorts of things, including independent consulting for a range of organizations, major professional sports teams, FIFA, NFL, MLB. We also work for a wide range of collegiate institutions, school districts, and municipalities such as yourself. Sarah, back to you.
Okay, wonderful. If you could advance to the next slide, I'm going to provide some background of how we kind of got here and just let you know that the City of Palo Alto Community Services Department manages natural as well as synthetic athletic fields citywide. We have a total of 4 synthetic fields at 3 different locations, 1 at El Camino Park, 2 at Stanford Palo Alto Community Playing Field, also known as Mayfield, and 1 at Coverly. The synthetic field at El Camino has reached its end of useful life and requires replacement. The CIP to replace El Camino's park synthetic turf was included in the fiscal year 24 adopted capital budget. However, in May of 2024, the Finance Committee made a recommendation and City Council directed that additional study be conducted to make informed decisions on future field selection. A study on environmental, health, safety, cost impacts on synthetic as well as natural turf was incorporated into the fiscal year 24 budget. So the turf study was born. The replacement for El Camino Park's synthetic turf was deferred pending the study's findings. Replacement of Stanford Palo Alto Mayfield is currently underway, and this phased approach has maintained field availability while the study progresses. We are anticipating Coverly replacement in 2028. The City Council also directed that we pause the El Camino turf replacement, directed the study's findings. So we'll advance to the next slide. And really the study is focusing on evaluation of our athletics fields. It's also focused on environmental and health considerations, costs, as well as usability. There was adjustments to the scope made to incorporate the Santa Clara County Public Health Report that was released earlier this year. And we really focused a case study on El Camino Park since that is the field we are planning to replace next. So ultimately, a combination of staff and consultant expertise provided a really balanced approach of local knowledge and comprehensive analysis as best practices. The goal is to provide the City Council with the necessary data needed to make this informed decision on future installations. The report covers a robust areas, including a bunch of community feedback, which I'll get into in a future slides, data collection, turf overview, products, playability, life cycles, health hazards, environmental impacts, city inventory, and then the case study of El Camino. Next slide. So once the project was launched, staff set up a very transparent project web page. For those who were interested, you can sign up for updates on the project webpage. You could review the project timeline, upcoming engagement opportunities, and receive newsletters throughout the project. In July, city staff conducted focus groups. We had 10 standardized questions that were available online, in addition through written comment, and we focused in 3 areas. The Parks and Rec Commission, Plainfield's ad hoc committee, in addition to field users, as well as the Sierra Club. On August 13th, a draft report was released, and there was public comment available through September 3rd. On that draft report. Initially, we were set to discuss at the Parks and Rec Commission on August 26th. However, that item was deferred because the meeting ran too late. So it was discussed for that first time, September 23rd, and of the public comment. From there, it came back to the Parks and Rec Commission with an updated draft, October 28th, where they voted, which is before you this evening. And here we are presenting to you this evening. So this tees it up for Anthony's we'll take you through the study.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Next slide, please. So I'm going to take a few minutes here to walk through probably the larger overall kind of overview of the study, and I'm sure there's questions which I'm happy to respond to. But of this overview, we're going to talk here shortly about the different field system types, that were included in the study: playability and carrying capacity, cost, health and environmental considerations, some of the comments that we received for the draft study, and then final recommendations. Then I'll hand it back to Sarah for some final thoughts. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So we looked at a handful of different products or field systems for this study. So we looked at 3 different natural grass systems, a synthetic turf system, and then a hybrid system. So if we see down below on our far left, the natural grass system on native soil, that's pretty much what the majority of the cities fields are comprised of, and very popular for municipal fields to be this turf type. The next slide over, the natural grass with the sand, root zone, and drainage, that is more performance-based. So, whoops, can you go back a couple slides? Sorry about that, thank you. Thanks for catching that. So this is more performance type. You'll see it in some municipalities on a recreation standpoint, but you see it like a lot more college professional sports where you're going to have some type of like sand root zone growing medium, and then in some instances you'll have an underlying drainage system. So Levi Stadium down the street is a great example. You'll see profiles like this there, really optimizing performance. The next is synthetic turf. The city has 4 of these fields, and it's basically some type of aggregate base or filter medium with some drainage and then synthetic turf system on top. And then the last and final is a hybrid system, and so that's where we take that performance natural grass system, and they basically stitch in synthetic turf fibers. You don't see this a lot in the United States. It's really reserved for very, very high performance, and it kind of a very, very small market uses this. So if we have any soccer or football fans out there, the last FIFA World Cup had hybrid fields, and the World Cup that's coming here next summer will have hybrid systems like this. I think it's kind of interesting to note that as far as the city's inventory goes, about 12-13% of your current inventory is synthetic turf. The remainder is natural grass fields. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. So I'm going to spend a few minutes on this slide. It's pretty important when we start talking about playability and carrying capacity. And so the city's fields, very, very heavily programmed, like most municipalities, year-round. So when I was a kid, I vaguely remember kind of very seasonal sporting activities, and the climate has definitely changed. We're seeing year-round sports, whether you're training or competing, or just practicing. So the market's changed a little bit since I was a kid a few years ago. But when we talk about playability, that's the extent to which a field reliably supports the athletic and recreational activity. So essentially, we're trying to maintain safe, consistent, serviceable surface conditions. So when we see fields that are significantly degraded, and it's basically more dirt than grass, very low playability. When we see pristine grass fields like you'd see down the street on Levi's, very, very high playability. Now that directly relates to the field's carrying capacity. So that's the amount of use a field can sustain before you start having declining levels of playability. So it's really the threshold. And if we look over to the right, there's a chart that provides those thresholds for different surface types. And so the turf grass we're listing here is cool season grass, like we have here in the city. There are warm season grasses. You might see Central Valley, Desert Southwest. Those are warm season grasses, and they actually you can get more playability hours out of those systems. It's just more robust turf cultivars. So anyways, but you can see these different thresholds for the different surface type. But there's a range here, and these are generally used for planning purposes. Like each field itself this number is going to change for a variety of reasons. Anything from the field type, maintenance practices, level of play on it, consistency of play on it, the different turf species they use, and the seasonality of play. And seasonality is a really big one. Natural grass is a living organism. There's times of the year where our grass is fairly dormant or doesn't want to recover after use. And then there's times of the year where it's in optimal growing conditions and can recover. And so, for instance, the winter months, the grass here is not really in recovery mode. A lot of clouds, a lot of moisture. It's not really warm. It's not optimal conditions. And so during those winter months, that's when we see a lot of the program go to synthetic turf, because it can withstand the wet conditions. You can continue to use it, and it's not going to degrade. It doesn't need to recover like natural grass does. So the last time I want to add on this slide is we like to take a look at synthetic turf versus the natural grass fields, and like what that ratio is as far as playability and carrying capacity. So for example, let's just use round numbers. If a synthetic turf field can generally achieve 2,000 hours per year, and say a native natural grass field can do 500 hours per year, that synthetic turf field can basically meet the demand of 3 to 4 native soil natural grass fields. So that's where that kind of general ratio comes from. Just kind of a rule of thumb, usually your synthetic turf field, and at least with in this environment with cool season grass, can replace 3 to 4 natural grass fields. So, and obviously that's a planning purpose. We can drill into details and look at different things, and maybe the number's 2, maybe it's 5. It really depends on the specific requirements. So if we can go to the next slide. So cost efficiency is another item we looked at in detail. And so we did do a 20-year life cycle cost model for these different surface types. And so we did our best to apply this to local conditions, local environment here, but it's not site specific. Different sites require different grading, drainage. The synthetic turf products might have pads, might not have pads, might have a special infill or other products that impact these prices. So we just try to be kind of general and consistent across the board. So as we put these numbers together, it's really important to note that these numbers really they need to be consistent across the board, and then it really they rely on the carrying capacities being maxed out. So like for instance, when we look at the cost per hour, which is about $79 for synthetic turf, that's assuming it's being used 2,000 hours a year. If it was being used 500 hours per year, this number would go way up. And really, that's really where the benefit of synthetic turf comes. It can take a lot of use, and when you put a lot of use on these fields, the cost to operate them goes down. With that being said, they are significantly more expensive to build and renovate than their natural grass counterparts. But you can see the ranges here. You're about $80 an hour for a synthetic turf field, and that's when you're using it for 2,000 hours. And that'll change if you have a site that needs additional site work, grading, drainage, et cetera. That number can go up. If you use that field for more than 2,000 hours, that number can actually go down. And so, for instance, like El Camino, which has about 2,700 hours of use on it, that actually comes down to about $70 an hour when you consider the cost of $700,000 or $800,000 for the next renovation. So the numbers aren't set in stone. There is some flexibility to them, but it gives you a good range, at least for planning purposes. Not many people I know will use these numbers for like the primary reason to go synthetic or natural, but it's just something good to keep in the back of our minds. If we can go to the next slide, please. So we're going to talk a little bit about health and environmental concerns, and we'll spend a couple minutes on this. I think it's definitely worthwhile. Excuse me. So the first item we're going to touch on are microplastics in synthetic turf. Synthetic turf is made with plastic, and you really have two parts. You have the fibers, and then potentially the infill. So the infills can be a lot of things, but historically they've been sand and rubber. The fibers themselves are generally like a polyethylene or similar. And so we do see microplastics making their way into the environment from these fields. And that really happens one of three ways, or all three in combination. One, the loose fibers or infill can adhere to athletes and equipment. I'm sure people have seen the black socks after they leave a field after practice. You can also see it through maintenance activities. So fields are going to be groomed and swept on a regular basis, and you're going to have those fibers swept into a catchment, bagged, and then likely disposed of as regular refuse. And then there's also the environmental factors as well. Wind, and rain can blow fibers, can blow infill, et cetera. So those are kind of the generally three ways for these to get microplastics into the environment. There are ways to further mitigate this migration, and that's contained in the report. We can talk into more detail if you're interested. But a really big way to limit or reduce those microplastics is to use non-plastic infills. And so the fields you're seeing the city install now are basically sand and cork. There's no plastic in that infill like we've seen in previous fields. The last item I want to touch on is PFAS, which has really been a hot topic in the synthetic turf world, and it's being really thoroughly evaluated for a wide range of products, as you're probably well aware. So currently, there is not an industry standard for PFAS thresholds. We're seeing manufacturers have claims of PFAS reduced or PFAS free, but those really rely on manufacturer qualifications that they're putting on the products, which is a good start. And if they are claiming a maximum threshold for PFAS, there's independent testing you can do to verify that these limits are being met by their products. So ultimately, there's, and I know we're just really queuing here on synthetic turf. Natural grass has some challenges, but you're not seeing a lot of direct microplastic in the environment through natural grass, et cetera. But essentially, each natural grass and synthetic both have benefits and drawbacks, and it's really up to the owner to prioritize one over the other. We go to the next slide. So as Sarah mentioned earlier, we've gone through a series of draft studies, and we've received a lot of feedback from the community, from commission members, from city staff, et cetera. It's actually been pretty good. It's helped us to kind of massage the study, redirect to some point, provide clarifications, just to better meet expectations of this study. And so we are on the final revision here, which I'm sure you guys have all read numerous times. It's a light read. But through the draft, we've received 21 unique contributors, and those come from organizations, residents, non-residents as well. And so generally I don't want to oversimplify the comments. They're in the study. You're welcome to review them line by line if you'd like. But the health and environmental concerns really focus on the PFAS, microplastics in the environment, surface heat of the synthetic turf, end-of-life recycling as well. And that group also has an interest in optimizing the current natural grass fields, which we'll get into here in a little bit later. There's also some questions and concerns on how we took the city reservation data and converted that to use hours. So like for instance, if half of the field was rented, we counted that as a 1 hour rental, which some folks didn't agree with us on it. But the way we look at that is it doesn't matter if a team is using half the field or the full field, you're still getting use. And frankly, for a half field, you're getting higher density use. So especially on a natural grass system, it'd be better if you did a full field rental so you can distribute that use and it doesn't get localized in certain areas. We did receive feedback from the recreational user groups. They were in support of synthetic turf as it provides better playability, meets the program demands, and offers a lot of flexibility, especially during those wintertime months, and it provides more access for a lot of different user groups. So ultimately, there weren't any, I would say, like significant or major changes to the report. There was a lot of clarification. And so we added additional context, we added additional items to the appendix, just to be more as transparent as possible. And so I do feel like through a lot of the comments, we were able to make this report even better, even more transparent. We could go to the next slide. So final slide before I hand it off to Sarah. So these are our general recommendations, and it's probably oversimplified a little bit here, but as Sarah had mentioned, the synthetic turf at El Camino is at the end of life and needs to be resurfaced or with synthetic turf or replaced with natural grass. Replacing with natural grass would cost about $1.5 to $2 million total project. That's our estimate. And we anticipate the total project timeline would be about 18 months to complete. That would be through design procurement, construction procurement, and growing of the natural grass. It would also reduce the capacity of the field and programming. So right now, El Camino gets about 2,700 hours of use. That would be very difficult to meet that demand with even a high-profile natural grass field. So you would have to, you're either going to have to, one, reduce the programs or potentially find additional fields to offset that use. So ultimately, our recommendation would be resurface El Camino with synthetic turf. And then while that's going on, it's going to buy the city some time to really evaluate natural grass and natural grass options. And so we've termed that as a pilot program, which could be kind of a small lift or a medium-sized lift or even a larger lift, depending on the city's appetite for that. But it would give us the opportunity to really do three things. It would allow us to review and optimize the existing fields, see how much more carrying capacity we could get out of those, potentially make minor and major renovations of those existing fields to get them even better, and then potentially gives us time to plan for additional fields, right, to meet the current and growing demand in the city. That's it. Sarah, back to you.
Yes, so on the next slide, you'll see the staff and Parks and Rec recommendation before you this evening. One is to receive and accept the findings of the recommendations of the study assessment of the turf systems at the City of Palo Alto's playing fields. And then the second is direct staff to proceed with replacement of synthetic field at El Camino Park in the manner consistent with the study's findings and recommendations.
And thank you, Ms. Robustelli, Mr. Stevenson. Mayor, I'd just like to close out the presentation by recognizing their efforts as well as efforts of our partners in Public Works, and also to the many stakeholders who have provided comments throughout this effort and contributed to this report. As you can imagine, this wasn't an easy effort, and it's a topic that can be quite divisive, honestly. But we do feel that the report reflects a fair and unbiased assessment of Palo Alto's fields, and that the recommendations in the report reflect that. So I'd also like to just let council know that we will continue to monitor and research the latest advancements in products to help inform decisions related to future projects. So this report isn't the end of this conversation. We'll continue to keep apprised of the latest in technology and help use that to help council inform future decisions as well. So thank you, Mayor, and back to you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. It had a lot of content and it was nice and concise. and supplementary to the staff report, which is also, I thought, really well written. So we can do like a round of questions first, and then we'll check signals and maybe go to public comment after that. Vice Mayor Baker, is your light on?
By accident.
Oh, okay.
I do have a question.
Well, let's go with Councilor Rectal first.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is a lot of work, and I appreciate all the work that you guys done. A lot of outreach involved. I appreciate that too. I have a question on packet page 184. It talks about the PRC recommendation, and it said the PRC wanted the addition of moving the risk mitigation measures, the RMM, back into the general recommendations. Can you talk about what the RMM is?
Sure. Okay, sure. Council member, the RMMs are risk mitigation measures, and it's this is actually coming out of Europe, and they're pretty darn advanced on the synthetic turf and the environmental impacts. And so really the main goal of the RMMs is to reduce microplastics into the environment. And so you're doing this through a whole slew of different means. A lot of them the city is already addressed, but a couple of things that the city can continue to expand on would be filtration in your stormwater catch basins. So if you have a catch basin, water's going to get into it, infill and fibers can potentially get into it, and so there's opportunities to put in basically filter membranes in those basins. The grooming and sweeping procedures where you're going to basically sweep up or groom and then sweep up any loose fibers, making sure we're on top of that and have good working equipment, which I believe the city does. And then setting up any type of physical barriers as needed. And so things like, I grew up in the Midwest, and by the front door you've got like a boot brush, right? You could brush the dirt off of your shoes or boots. And so just things like that, just to collect the fibers and the infill that stick to you. The city's done a really nice job in the fact that they've moved to natural infill, so they've kind of eliminated the opportunity for microplastics in the infill to make their way into the environment. That's the general gist of these risk mitigation measures. So nothing huge, but it's just those little things you can do to continue to protect the environment.
And are those difficult to do? Difficult or costly?
Generally, no, and especially for fields like El Camino, which has, basically California stormwater management policy already includes some of these indirectly, and so you're generally not seeing these fields, you're not seeing open grates on these fields, you're seeing subsurface water. So like what happens is that it rains, gets on the field. For the most part, it's going to filter down through the stone material and into a perforated drain, and then it'll either be retained on site or go somewhere else. So they're generally not, so the things that we're talking about here are generally not huge cost impacts to projects to implement.
And do you know whether the current El Camino fields include those? Because we had a picture from a member of the public that showed a lot of plastic blades being washed away from the field.
Sure, it's my understanding a lot of those measures are already included at El Camino. Now, if there's, I think I've seen some pictures where there's fibers, and I don't know the total complexity of that. And so that would come to updating the grooming and sweeping procedures, because you're going to have, especially for El Camino, you've got some loose fibers. And so if those aren't being swept and picked up and bagged on a regular basis, they're going to make their way, some of them are going to make their way into the environment.
And do those blades shed more often at the end of life?
That's a good question. It really depends on the turf product and the turf type. And I've been on fields that are like 15, 16 years old, and there's not a lot of loose fibers, and I've been on fields that are much younger than that, and they're really shedding a lot, and that's usually through like some type of fiber failure or tough bind failure. And I can tell you, like the generation of the current fields, like at El Camino, was an older generation. So like your monofilaments, they didn't have the tough bind that the fields have now. And so you're more apt to lose fibers on those fields. In my opinion, some of the better, newer fields, like I believe the city's been planning to put in.
Okay, and finally, in our motion, we requested PFAS-free blades. How would we test that or verify that this turf that we're buying actually is PFAS-free?
Sure. You want me to start or?
Well, that's a great question, and I think maybe Anthony can assist, but for the Mayfield field, which is currently being installed, we are conducting an independent lab, having them test, and then also have a peer review in terms of basically two different peer reviews on the lab results. So do you want to speak to a little bit more of what the turf studies recommendations are? Because that's kind of what we're mirroring with those testing.
Yeah, and the PFAS is a really interesting topic because there's no like regulation right now that says, hey, here's your maximum threshold. So like what we're seeing now is the synthetic turf market has reacted to that. And so they're putting their own thresholds on that. And hence the testing to say, hey, if you're saying you're going to meet this maximum threshold, well, we're going to test your product through certain tests just to make sure that what you're publishing and putting in your contract, you're actually providing on site.
But just to reiterate, there are no current standard regulations for testing this product.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. The other challenge you run into is that, at least from my understanding, is there's no testing protocol to be able to confirm like a comprehensive sample. And so, for example, would an accurate testing sample be just clipping a few blades on the corner of the field, or do we need to go 10 different areas in the field and collect some unit weight, right, to get a representative sample? So those are the things that I think that's why Sarah said they're using certain testing agencies and getting some feedback on that, on what, probably setting a little bit of a precedence or trying to provide some level of comprehensive testing until regulations are imposed or passed.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Vinker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Anderson, is it? Stevenson, sorry. So thank you and welcome. You should know that a majority of the council also has roots in the Midwest. So I have three questions. The first is, I think, fairly simple. On the slide with the general recommendations, and it talks about the 18 months to complete the, if there were a natural grass installation, and then it mentions replacing with synthetic, but has no time associated with that. How long would it take to replace with synthetic?
Synthetic is, we believe we can start, we may not finish this fiscal year, but it would be started this fiscal year. So, but the target for completion, June 30.
So how many months?
Yeah, 6 or 7.
Okay, so it's basically 6 versus 18 months. It's not 0 versus 18 is the point.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, so we're talking about, shedding fibers and various things during the life of the product with respect to concerns about microplastics and such. But, even if at the end of life it's recycled and comes back in benches or the other things that I think were in your report, there's still the concern over microplastics. Mm-hmm. People sit on them. Even if it goes to a landfill and sits there, there's still concern about microplastics. So with plastic, there's concerns about microplastics, mm-hmm. right? So it's just, we're in a heap load of trouble generally, not just with respect to turf fields, but just in life with respect to plastics. Okay, third, I want a little help understanding some of a particular aspect of the report here. So I'll save my comments for later, because I think Mayor just wants questions now, but I do have to say that this is like choosing between my children to choose between sports and athletic fields. I've devoted a lot of personal and professional time uplifting the game of soccer, co-founded a professional soccer league. I hope that is, between that and environmental sustainability, this is a tough one, which is why I asked that the hybrid turf option be included. And so thank you. I did see that there was a lot of analysis of that. But what's confusing to me is the carrying capacity comments in here, because I see a whole lot of different ones. And so I want to drill down a little bit on that and understand it a little bit better. The staff report basically dismisses it. There's literally one sentence. It says, hybrid grass systems may enhance stability but do not substantially increase total carrying capacity. So actually, so before I get to the carrying capacity, what does stability mean in that context?
Can I jump? So stability would be like the stability of the field, so like foot traction. With the, I could probably do like a dissertation on the hybrids. So,
I may come to that, but I don't need that right now.
Yeah. So when we look at the overall field performance, we're looking at like stability of the surface, like is the footing consistent throughout? Is it safe from a hardness standpoint? What does the flatness or planarity of the field look like? Is there good grading and drainage associated with the field?
Okay. So they may enhance stability. From what I've read, that is a big purpose of theirs. But in the staff report, it says do not substantially increase total carrying capacity. And then I found a lot of different references in your report, which I did quite enjoy reading, but I'm confused. So on page 49, it says there are similar annual use hours for hybrid as its natural grass counterpart. So there it's similar annual use. Page 66 says a small increase in resilience, but at significantly higher cost. Page 56 says there's about 1,000 hours instead of 500. That's double natural grass. So we've gone from similar to, increase to doubling. And then when we get to the life cycle cost analysis, which I very much appreciated, and we'll come back to that in later rounds, it shows the average the average annual playing hours at 1,500 for hybrid versus 500. So now we're at a 3x. So is it the same? Is it substantial? Is it a little bit higher? Is it double or is it 3x? I'm very confused. So I may need your dissertation now because I'm seeing like 4 different comparisons.
So, I was trying to follow, Vice Mayor, I was trying to follow the pages. I can
go slowly if you want, but I just want to know.
It will get confusing because you have different types. So you have the hybrids, different performance type grasses, and then you've got the native soils. But generally, as far as the hybrids themselves go, like they're very similar to those performance sand-based natural grass fields we talked about. And so the reason, and I'm going to be a little clumsy here, but the hybrids are used for a very specific reason, and it does increase stability. It increases traction, a whole slew of other things, especially for soccer, especially for European soccer that is played primarily on juvenile rye grass. And so when you see the hybrid systems used in warm seas in Bermudas, generally speaking, the labs are telling us or suggesting that there's still performance characteristics there, but not as good as you'd see, not as big of a benefit you'd see like on the juvenile rise. And so as far as putting a number, saying like, oh yeah, we can get to X amount more a larger carrying capacity with the hybrid, the jury's still really out on that. What the hybrids are really doing is just giving you more performance for those certain types of sand-based performance fields. Is that even more confusing?
No, well, yes, because in the cost comparison chart and in virtually every seller's website that I've seen, you and they say it can handle 3 times the playing hours of natural grass. So that's what I don't understand.
Oh, sure. Yeah, okay, that's a good question. So like if you take like a native soil natural grass field and say you get 400 to 600 hours out of that for a cool
Yes.
season grass. Now, if we do a hybrid or just a performance sand-based fields, you can get 2, maybe 3 times the hours.
Your estimate is 1,500 versus 500.
Yeah, so, and that would generally be for, so now we're getting really confusing. So when you take a warm season grass, like a Bermuda, in a performance sand-based system, right, that is going to generate, yeah, you can definitely get, just general planning purposes, 3 times more hours than a cool season native soil field, right? So we're kind of comparing, I mean, it's kind of an apples and maybe Macintosh, Gala, Fiji apple, if that makes sense. But the ultimate thing here is, I guess the problem is we reviewed a large assortment of different field types, and they all have unique carrying capacities and unique attributes. But so I don't want to, but I want to be careful. I don't want to distract from the point that if the city decided to put in a hybrid performance natural grass system, like in the study here, you're probably going to push 1,200 hours a year, right? Just for planning purposes. Where your current natural grass fields are going to get 400 to 600 hours. And so, like, yeah, that's a 2 to 3 times ratio between the two. Does that make sense?
Right, that's my point.
Yeah.
And that's not what it said in many places in the report. It said similar or a little bit more. It's 2 to 3 times. So I think when I come back to the next round, because I have to stop, I'm over time, we need to talk about that because it really alters the analysis of what our options are and what we ought to do. So, all right, thanks very much.
Councilmember Stone?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and great thanks to staff, the consultants, all the community members that have weighed in on this really challenging, far more challenging than I anticipated issue. So a couple of questions for clarification. I think the first one will be for Director O'Kane regarding our city's uses related to pesticide use to maintain our city fields. I thought we don't use pesticides, right? Don't we use the integrated pest management system?
That's correct.
Okay. And through that approach, I understand we only would use pesticides as a last resort if there's some sort of outbreak or some sort of emergency condition. So I was wondering then, as far as this report is concerned, I did a search, the word pesticide came up 16 times as one of really the 2 health risks associated with natural grass fields, and that seemed to be a key consideration in the report's analysis of the benefit of synthetic turf over natural grass fields. So can you explain why is that such, at least to me, and maybe I'm reading it wrong and you have a different kind of a different analysis there, but it seems like pesticides was a key factor in your analysis when we don't even use those as a city.
I know the study did call out the IPM policy, but Anthony, would you like to speak a little bit more to that?
So as far as these are, I don't remember which section in the study, but when we were taking a general overview between the systems, like most natural grass, you're using some form of pesticide, some form of synthetic fertilizer, some form of synthetic herbicide. And so those are things to really be considered because there are concerns about the environmental impacts of those. Now, the city, as in the report, we did say, hey, the city does use these integrated pest management systems, which remove a lot of that. We're using a lot more organic products than these synthetic products. But that is not, essentially, that's really not the determining factor that I think we're talking about today, and that it's kind of like the use hours. It's like it's not going to tell you one way or the other. I think really as far as the study, we're very comprehensive. We're touching all facets of the debate between synthetic and natural grass. but it really comes down to playability and carrying capacity. And and I try to explain this in the slides, but when we talk about synthetic turf, there's environmental concerns that the city has to understand and accept. There's also existing growing demand that the city needs to understand and accept. And with that, we can work together to find what is the best solution to basically check as many boxes as possible.
Thanks. And I can understand from your perspective why playability and costs were the kind of the key pieces of the analysis. I think for me, cost savings and playability is important, but nothing should be more important than the health and safety of our community, which seems to be put at risk with synthetic turf. And so I guess I was looking for more about the health impacts and risks throughout the report. But I'll move on to one more question then with my remaining time. How do we currently dispose of our synthetic turf fields? And the Vice Mayor kind of started to talk about this. So I'm curious, how do we do that? And what does that cost to the city?
I can speak to the Mayfield. Currently, we had a chain of custody, and it was repurposed. We have that, it's with our zero waste standards, and we have checked with a potential of the new field that we are installing at Mayfield that it would be recycled. So there is a repurpose option for an infill system that we are no longer installing, but we're continuing to following city policy for zero waste and reductions for recycling.
And do we know the cost of recycling? And was the cost of disposing or recycling of the synthetic turf included in the study's cost analysis?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And do we know what the cost is?
To dispose of synthetic turf?
Or to recycle, is our plan?
Usually you're around $1 a square foot. So for an 80,000 square foot field, it'd be $80,000.
Okay. Yeah, see, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I first want to touch on the statement that our primary purpose of this study was for looking at playability and cost. This study was actually instigated initially by the Finance Committee because of concerns and an increasing awareness and scientific evidence of concerns over health and environmental impacts, and that we had to weigh those against playability and cost. But environmental and health concerns were not a secondary consideration. They were the basis for instigating the study. So I think this has gotten inverted in terms of the characterization of what is the primary concern. All those factors matter, and that's the difficulty we're having in facing that. Okay, so I had a question on the El Camino replacement. It said $2 million for replacement, but I didn't see the cost of replacing the synthetic turf in that slide. How does the $1.5 to $2 million compare to the synthetic turf? $1.5 to $2 million was for natural turf.
Yes, I believe right now we're estimating 1 million to 1.4 for synthetic.
Okay, so the difference we're looking at is $500,000 to $600,000, not the 1.2 to 2 million. That's not the difference.
I think you're correct. However, that's for one specific field, and in terms of
that's the one we're looking at. So that's what we got in the report. It gave the dollar amount for the cost of if we switch to natural turf at El Camino is $1.5 to $2 million, but it didn't give the comparison. The implication was that's some net increase, and that's not the net difference. That's just the cost of the natural, right?
Correct, but it doesn't consider any additional fields that may need to be added or considered based on.
Understood.
Yeah, yes.
I just want to make sure that even in that cost comparison, we aren't just having one side of the equation. Okay. And then on Mayfield, you spoke about that we're using an independent lab to test for PFAS. Is that occurring on the material before it's installed?
Material's been quarantined from the lots that are being installed, and we're currently going through procurement to get this done. So it's in the works right now.
But the test results we'll have those before the installation?
No, installation has been taking place.
Okay, and then what happens if that material fails the test results? Do we have provisions in the contract that they bear the cost of removal?
No.
Okay, that concerns me. And I wanted to check on the number of hours of play on the actual turf study, page 59. The right-hand column has the number of hours, and there's a wide range on our fields. Some in plus or minus in that 500-hour range, but others over 1,000 hours. I see 6, 8, I think 9 fields that are over 1,000 hours that are natural turf. So when for the computation of the comparative cost that showed cost per hour for the grass was $179. That's based on 500 hours per year. But why do we have fields that go well over 1,000 hours? And yeah.
Sure, council member. So as far as the field type makes a difference. So for instance, like a baseball or softball field can generally incur more use hours than like a rectangular field, multi-purpose field.
Yeah, and for instance, the El Camino softball field is 1,326, but the fact that they can do that is not what I'm referring to.
Sure.
I'm referring to comparable, whether these include soccer fields and other like uses.
Sure, and so there's a reason, so you have 2 items on it. One is some of the parks, the fields are what we call like a super field. So it's basically a big area of natural grass. So the fields can actually be moved depending on wear patterns. So that is definitely a way that you can increase carrying capacity.
Okay, but do we understand why we've got up to 1,400 hours on natural grass on fields that I believe are, in fact, soccer fields and the like?
Sure. So one is those fields can move. They can rotate those fields, right? So if the field is in a certain location and it gets worn out, they can actually move or rotate that field to areas of that big, huge grass area.
Yeah, but if they move it, then that's downtime. You still have the same, the issue is the number of hours per year. So if they're moving it, that reduces the number of hours per year if they take it out of use for a period of time, but that would be included in the computation.
I think we're probably misunderstanding ourselves. So like Cubberley is a big, huge grass area, and they have a handful of fields striped in there. So we'll just say Cubberley Field 1. So Cubberley Field 1, where that field is striped, as that field wears down, they can rotate that field or move that field within that greater grass area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but when they move it out into that greater grass area, doesn't that mean that those hours are no longer playing hours per year? They're subtracted, and they're not included as the playing hours per year. It's only hours that the playing field is being used that's in playing hours per year.
I guess you could look at it that way.
And I could. I'm telling me why it's not the way.
Well, I think the issue that may be in play here, excuse the pun, is how much time would be taken in order to do that, what might be called a maintenance activity, and does that detract from the hours available for playing?
But that ends up in that number of hours per year that it's played. If you are doing that, bring it off inactive and have to do additional maintenance, those aren't playing hours.
True. Again, I'm making the point that could potentially be done in a day or two, as opposed to a season that we're referring to for grass fields to be taken out for recovery.
Okay.
And again,
all right,
Anthony, you may want to correct if that's not the
essentially
right
just
order of magnitude.
restriping the field, and you might move it over 20 feet, right, to get out of a wear area. You might rotate it because you're using like a smaller field for a younger athlete. So
Okay,
there's
but we
definitely
still,
ways.
in that case, we get that use of that field then, if you're only moving it nominally.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm over.
The other item too is that I'm going to add on is the, so as far as the carrying capacity, you have to look at playability. Like just because it's grass or just because it's turf doesn't mean it's safe. Doesn't mean it meets any necessarily consistent threshold for performance.
Also, I would like to go back to the earlier exchange with respect to the testing being done on the field that's currently being installed. I think rather than assuming that should we find an issue of PFAS through the testing, quite frankly, I think we will be in a dispute or a claim situation. And so it's not that we have no recourse. I think that, as has been noted previously, we'll call it the absence of standards may lead to some difference in conclusion as to what the implications of the test results will be.
So did our contract stipulate PFAS-free?
There's some specific language associated with that characterization, and again, we would be seeking to enforce that language.
Thank you.
All right, I have a few questions. First is just a detailed question. On page 178, you talked about a 20-year life cycle. On 179, referring to El Camino, it's only about 11 years. So I just wanted to square up those two details. Is it because we didn't use the right materials at El Camino, or am I reading that wrong?
Sorry about that. When we do the cost analysis, we usually do a 20-year period because that ends up covering usually 2 synthetic turf resurfaces, and then for the natural grass fields, usually 20 years when you're going to do a major renovation. And so we generally keep a 20-year time period to look at the life cycle cost.
Well, stated another way, how can we believe 20 if El Camino needed it in 11?
So as far as El Camino goes, so every 10 years, more or less, you're likely going to resurface your field with synthetic turf.
Okay, so there's
So that 20-year life cycle will include 2 synthetic turf resurfaces, and on the natural grass side, it'll include usually like a minor renovation, then a major renovation.
So all those resurfacings are included in the replacement time and the replacement, or the total cost of the 20 years. Okay, great, that explains that. And you kind of talked about what's also in 179, the PFAS reduced and PFAS free. And I think what this staff report says is that it is verifiable, but I wasn't quite clear of the language there on 179. And I thought you indicated that there was a way to check that, but there wasn't a standard to check it against. So that was a little confusing.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is confusing. There isn't a standard to check it against, but we can verify if there's intentionally added PFAS through a third-party lab results. Anything to add, Anthony?
No, but just, I guess, addition to that is the turf companies, just to clarify, are usually going to say, hey, we can meet this threshold for PFAS, and then the city can go do the testing to make sure the product meets that stated threshold.
Okay, so that's what you mean by can be, as it says in there. And would we change the approach to PFAS testing in our next field compared to the one that we're putting in now relative to performance standards?
I think since we're being so innovative, I think there's always lessons learned. But yes, I think we'll learn more once we get the results back. And I think what we're trying to do our best is having a peer review. So we get basically 2 people checking the work from the lab and verifying that we're having they're reading the lab results the same way.
Okay. Moving to the grass pilot, because you do have a 2-pronged approach in here. Have you thought about where that would be? And also, due to variable weather conditions, even in a different part of town, would you have 2 different areas so that it would be tested in 2 different areas? And thirdly, would you even be looking at instead at 2 different kinds of turf to test 2 turfs? So what are the key variables that you would be testing, and where would that be, if you know?
Maybe I can start at least. And I think what we've been talking about internally is, based on City Council's recommendation this evening, scalability. So there are some thoughts in terms of the pilot program looking at Greer Park, but there is an opportunity for other areas, such as Cubberley mentioned earlier, different sides of the community, different microclimates. That being said, Anthony, do you want to?
Sure, yeah, there's a little, I think there's a couple sentences buried in the study on this, and I believe we suggested Greer and Cubberley would be good candidates, just because, as mentioned earlier, there's some high-use fields in that. So let's go look at our high-use fields, and let's look at, 1, current maintenance practices, what can we do to make those a little bit better? And then 2, which should be a little bit more what I would consider minor and major renovation, like can we look at different turf cultivars, can we look at different field systems? And so, yeah, that would definitely be the approach for those sites.
So let me just repeat the last part of that. So you would intentionally try 2 different kinds of grass turfs?
It would definitely be something we would entertain, for sure.
Okay, and then if this was in the report, I'm sorry, but how do you define success criteria?
Sure, so that's a really important. And so that goes back to the playability standards. So those need to be established so that we actually have some data, right, that we can analyze against, right? So it has to be data driven, right? So we can put in these practices, we can do the testing, the before, during, and after, just to make sure that we're getting the results that we want to see.
Okay, and then over the longer term, it seems like if we're going to replace the playable hours of turf, if we were to do that 100% over the long period, don't we have to acquire more land?
Yeah, most likely.
You're never going to get this turf, you're not going to get the grass up to the level of turf, I don't think.
Yeah, so 2 things. That would be very difficult to meet the demand with your current 4 synthetic turf fields. But also important, it would be really difficult to meet the winter demand. So if you look now, your winter program, the vast majority, if not all of your program is on 4 synthetic turf fields.
And I think one data point that you recently also looked up was, is it 12%, 17%? 12% of the city's inventory is synthetic.
Right. You said that earlier, yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the obvious problem with grass is that when it rains, the game's over, literally, pun very much intended. I mean, I've spent a lot of years in baseball, and, that's just what we did. We just had to call the games. And it's just a lot shorter time frame to sort of dry out or squeegee off those other fields. So obviously, I'm bringing up the concept of having to find extra land somewhere in Palo Alto to expand, just for this example, say, the same amount of players. And of course, we're going to get more players because we're adding to the size of our population. So, and they're multi-million dollars per year. The only one that's available now, which is Parkland, it's east of 101. And that is very suboptimal to be taking families and ball players out there. That could be adult. But that seems to me to be a constraint, a natural constraint of our town in terms of being able to go eventually 100% or 80% or whatever the number is. So I just wanted to get that confirmed. That's all for me right now. You else have any critical questions, or if you do public comment to help guide us? Okay, let's go to public comment. Oh, sorry. Councilman Rectal?
One last question. We can't be the only city that's struggling with this. And so what have other people done? I don't want to repeat their mistakes.
Yeah, the county. So the county released a report that's been incorporated within this report. They opted to not on their move forward with the ban. I also am aware that the city of Sunnyvale, we've been in talks with them. They are also doing a study themselves. And I know people are looking to this study in what the decision may be this evening to direct.
Do you know any cities or universities that have a high-use grass field?
I do not. So usually high-use fields end up being replaced with synthetic turf, whether it's Parks and Rec, collegiate, professional. So, but hopefully this study is paving the way. So to help optimize that number.
Okay, thank you.
A very quick comment on that, if I may. So the reason I started asking about hybrid fields in the spring or whenever this was last year was we got an email from a city in New York State that is using one that's what they replaced their high-use fields with.
Okay.
All right. I should also note, Councilmember, that soon after the county completed its study, again, of environmental issues, they did contact us and has expressed an interest, should the city proceed with a pilot on the ability to get additional capacity out of grass fields, that they would want to participate with us. Now, there was no specificity to it, but again, it expressed an interest, again, in looking further at the opportunities there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Let's see the number of speakers, please. Uh-oh.
We have 16 requests to speak.
Oh, boy. Okay, we're going to do 2 minutes on that.
Our first speaker is Leanne M.
After which, we're going to take a break.
Hi, I'm Leanne McAuliffe. I'm from Los Gatos, and I'm interested in this because I know that our town is also watching this decision. Somebody mentioned, are there any other cities that have set a precedent? Well, we are hoping that you will be the ones that do that. I just have a couple of things now with 2 minutes. I really want you to set your own requirements for PFAS, and there's no reason why you can't do that. You are the customer, and you are representing our children, so why don't you set your own requirements for the PFAS levels? I'd also like you really to enforce whatever levels you choose, and including lead. Some players are following the lead protocol of 50 parts per million. It's not clear that others are, so whatever product you choose, please get laboratory reports from independent testing labs. I also wondered how many of you have actually been to the El Camino field. I went to the El Camino field in May, and on that day it was a 64-degree morning. That was 11 o'clock in the morning, 64 degrees. It was not warm, the sun was out, but the artificial grass measured 129 degrees on a 64 degrees morning, and the grass was 86, which is actually higher than I would normally expect too. The smell at that time of day was nauseating, and I know who installed the field, and I think they're being considered for the replacement. That field was supposed to have been remediated, and you had that field for 10 years, the kids playing in heat, and I just think it's disgraceful. I would like to think that we have a better example the next time around. Okay, my 23 seconds. I would ask you to please, if you're going to put artificial turf in again, please genuinely consider a pilot, and also please really read some of the community members' input. Some of their input is longer and more detailed and more referenced than the report you've received. And that is all I have time for. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrea W., followed by Pam B.
So you keep hearing that you've been promised that the whoops, no good? Okay, thank you. We keep hearing that you've been promised that the artificial turf will be recycled, but I'm sure you've all heard that the company that promises that stuff already went bankrupt, and there's thousands of rolls piled up, and these poor farmers that were paid to store it now are stuck with it. Just think of water bottles, those little squishy things that you stick in your recycle bin, and everyone thinks they're being recycled, but 10% of plastic is recycled, if that. And even if they repurpose the old fields, that repurposed material eventually ends up in landfill. There's no such thing as PFAS-free turf. Even the CEO of the Turf Council admitted that there's PFAS and they need time to take them out, which they really can't. And because the chemicals are all proprietary, even testing for it by any outside agency is extremely difficult because they don't know what they're testing for because no one tells them how the fields are made. If you are worried about the turnaround time, if you want to put El Camino back to grass, you can use sod. It's a lot quicker and it will give you a faster turnaround. As far as organic infill everybody keeps talking about, it's not certified organic, it's just not rubber plastic pellets, but it still has its own issues, chemicals it's made with, and it's not necessarily the infill that's the problem with the plastic, it's the plastic blades themselves that do break off into microplastics and end up all over the place. So I just would like to ask if the health of all the people if our health is not more important than any preconceived notions you have about installing artificial turf. Thank you. And this was made by a bunch of kids. I've got a whole bunch of them, and they want grass.
Our next speaker is Pam B., followed by Angela D.
Hi, I'm Pam Bond. I'm from Los Gatos. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to attempt a more informed decision relating to artificial turf and turf grass, and for your thoughtful questions. I hope that you will keep abreast of the latest science on plastic and artificial turf, as well as the new turf grass varieties and advancements. I'd love to see a new pilot of an organic grass field here. You could set an example for other cities around here. A few notes. I'd like to remind you that plastic itself is a big source of plastic. Plastic grass is itself a big source of plastic, regardless of the infill. Updating grooming will require more work, and was that reflected in the maintenance cost comparisons? The new fields are shedding just as much as El Camino. Saratoga High School was installed in 2024, and there are other recent examples, and it's shedding a lot, and it's new. PFAS testing, please see the website Test the Turf that I believe has been recommended to you already. They will have the latest recommendations for the type of tests and how to proceed. Regarding turnaround time on converting El Camino to natural grass, it sounds like it was included It included planning time in that 18 months. A school in Los Gatos replaced a grass field in less than a year. I believe it was 5 to 6 months. I've heard of faster turnaround time also in other areas of the country, so I'd like you to consider that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Angela D., followed by Claire E.
Good evening. Thank you. I get the strong feeling that the consultant's report is somewhat biased in its evaluation of artificial turf and natural grass. For example, the report does not even mention the large number of toxic and carcinogenic compounds in addition to PFAS found in artificial turf. The report also neglects to mention that artificial turf constantly sheds both large blades of plastic grass and microplastics. If you visit the dog run, which is brand new and frequently swept at Bulware Park on any day of the week, you will see that thousands of 2-inch green plastic blades scattered all over this plastic carpet. It's brand new. These and the microscopic specks that accompany them find their way into ours and our children's mouths, bodies, and brains. The report also does not include the considerable cost of recycling the turf. That was not included in the cost analysis. More importantly, the study does not include the tremendous cost of environmental and health impacts of synthetic turf. The report does make one very good recommendation. I do encourage the council to implement a pilot project of a well-designed and well-maintained natural grass field. This would allow the city to evaluate the option of high-quality natural grass fields that have been shown in other parts of the country to provide up to 2,000 hours of use per year. To conclude, I know for sure that I'd rather my grandchildren played a few fewer hours of soccer than that they ingested microplastics for the rest of their lives. Saying no to artificial turf and implementing a natural grass pilot project would help to show that Palo Alto. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Claire E., followed by Magdalena C.
Hi, my name is Claire Elliott. I'm a Palo Alto resident, and I worked for 20 years as an environmental engineer and 17 as an ecologist with grassroots ecology. So I really care about clean water, natural ecosystems, healthy ecosystems, and getting kids outside. I want to focus primarily today on the Lloyd study's lack of accepting that many features of natural grass fields makes them the more ecologically and sustainable choice. The study, as many people have mentioned, only mentioned PFAS and not all the other chemical concerns. There's lots of additives that are toxic, carcinogenic, and gender bender compounds. The PFAS is difficult to analyze. There's thousands of them. We don't know which ones. Some of the PFAS suppliers are probably using plastics with trade secret components, so that makes it difficult. And there's very few of them have analytical methods that are approved. But I'm also very concerned about the plastic blades that fall off, and Councilmember Stone mentioned the picture that I shared. Here is a sample of the plastic blades that I pulled off the storm drain grate at El Camino Field. So there's no evidence of any kind of filter or anything to protect that storm drain from these plastic blades. I saw them down inside the drain. So grass regrows every season and it decomposes, adding carbon and nutrients back to the soil. Plastic grass is made from fossil fuels that take millions of years to form and hundreds of years to break down. And then they only break down into tiny plastic bits. Please ask staff to work as soon as possible on a pilot project to show how we can improve the health of the city's natural grass fields, allowing many more hours of healthy play. Thanks for your time.
Our next speaker is Magdalena C., followed by Cynthia F.
Hi, I'm Magdalena. My gratitude to council members Rectal and Vert and to our city manager for gracing me with time yesterday to discuss artificial turf issues. There was big emphasis on public safety yesterday. I ran my Leaping Lizards environmental ed preschool and after-school program and was able to combine my passion for children and Mother Earth. Have you heard of the hygiene theory? Children develop stronger immune systems when exposed to a less sanitized environment. They gain nothing from chemically laden playgrounds and sports fields. Exposing them and the rest of us to the hazards associated with synthetic ground coverings goes against the concept of public safety. Chevron lied to us about fossil fuels. Monsanto and the tobacco industry and so many more corporate entities have been on a campaign of disinformation. We know that their bottom line is all about the almighty buck. The artificial turf companies are trying to pull the wool over our eyes. Let's listen to science and common sense. Adding more plastic with its deadly components into the environment is not good for anyone or anything. And we must include here the ethical question of upstream and downstream effects. The upstream, plastic production workers are at increased risk of so many kinds of cancer. Residents of fence-line communities adjacent to plastic production and waste disposal sites experience increased risks of many other adverse health conditions. By downstream, recycling of plastic waste is not yet truly viable and only continues to poison our environment. I urge the Council to inform Parks and Rec to add working on a pilot study of a grass field to their 2026 work plan. I've said it before, as a 4-time cancer survivor, I am passionate about severely limiting our use of plastic turf in our community to protect both the children, our most valuable resource, and our environment. Let's walk our talk, please. Thank you so very much.
Our next speaker is Cynthia F., followed by Larnie R.
Good evening. I'd like you to please direct staff to do a pilot. I was surprised a pilot is not listed among the recommendations at the top of the staff report, even though it's recommended in both the body of the staff report and the consultant's report. So please make that part of your motion tonight. Without a pilot, I just don't think you have the data you need to make informed decisions about what to do with the city's athletic fields. This is about more than what to do at El Camino. In 2028, you have to decide what to do at Cubberley. 5 years after that, it could be time to resurface Mayfield again. And meanwhile, some of your user groups are pressuring you to convert more grass fields to plastic. So you need real data, local data with our climate and our soils that shows the max feasible sustainable carrying capacity on real grass if you construct it and manage it with the intention of maximizing carrying capacity and the intention of maximizing weather resilience. Add drainage, enrich the soil, adhere to the maintenance plan. Until we do a pilot, we just don't have robust data to use in making decisions like the one you're trying to make about El Camino. Staff recommends you receive and accept the consultant's findings and recommendations. I would like you to reject the findings, noting that they should not guide current or future decision-making. They're analytically unsound. They make artificial turf look more cost-effective than natural grass, but if you correct the errors in the cost and usage hour analysis, that flips. What stood out to me is that the 100% of the city's synthetic field renovations are costing almost double what the consultant estimates in the life cycle analysis. It's estimated to be about $600 to $700K. Sarah just said the El Camino will cost double that, about up to $1.4 million. The report says Cubberley will cost $1.4 million, Mayfield South and North each cost $1.65. These are double the $700K used to calculate the cost per hour. The hours also affect your cost analysis. I'm running out of time. Finally, the staff report didn't say anything about your sustainability and climate action plan, green stormwater infrastructure goals, or zero waste goals. Please talk about that.
Our next speaker is Larnie R., followed by Susan H.
I won't be using the whole 2 minutes. So I wish I could have shared it. But I do want to say that I'm Larnie Von Ruden, Palo Alto resident since 1993, so that's over 30 years. And I have to say artificial grass is my anti-goal. It's unhealthy to the oceans and to our soils. While the staff report states on page 7 that staff and the commission recommend implementing a pilot program to enhance the city's national grass fields, this recommendation is not under the report's page 1 recommendation. So I would like the City Council to add the words, implement a pilot program to sustainably enhance and actively manage the city's natural grass fields. And I do love the idea that why aren't we considering health and environmental concerns as primary? We are talking about our children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan H., followed by Herb B.
Good evening. I'm Susan Hinton, Chair of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta Plastic Pollution Prevention Committee. In my hands, I have a 2025 Sustainability Scholar Project prepared for the City of Vancouver, Canada, by a sustainability scholar at the University of British Columbia. It's 120 pages. It's very easy to read, and I would like to give it to the city as an example of an exemplary study. I urge the City of Palo Alto to add, in addition to any other action taken tonight, a pilot program for organically compatible management of the city's grass fields. Palo Alto and every city should forego microplastic shedding, proprietary chemical-laden, heat island, heat stress inducing, impermeable to barely permeable plastic outdoor surfacing. Additionally, plastic grass cannot be recycled. Here's a strange thing. You know the brand new BPI plastics that you get in the grocery store? There's no place in North America that those can be recycled. Those have to go overseas if they are to be recycled. They're going to wind up in landfill. Even if you have a hybrid field, you're going to be putting plastic down in the root zone. It's been shown that plastic in soil changes the microorganisms that are down there, and it can slow growth through the roots due to the change of the microorganisms. I can get those references for anyone who's interested. Please add natural grass pilot to the recommendations. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Herb B., followed by Rodrigo B.
I don't think we should be spending any more money on these studies or implementation because over time, the percentage of users of community fields and also of, tennis courts that are Palo Alto residents is smaller and smaller. It used to be a time where priority of scheduling was given to teams on fields where a majority were Palo Alto residents. And then many years ago, staff came to the council and commission and said, well, the highest use of the fields, well, there was one team or one league of women's soccer that was between 35 and 40% were Palo Alto residents, and others were much lower. So the idea that majority needed to be Palo Alto residents get priority went away. Recently, in discussing the tennis courts, the percentage of Palo Alto residents was 25%. So priority was given to people who work here. Well, maybe Stanford Research, Stanford needs those tennis courts. So maybe the Atherton residents who seem to be running Castellea, could put in, tennis courts on their backyards or in Holbrook Palmer Park. So until the communities whose residents are benefiting the most from these expenses, whether it be artificial turf or natural grass, contributing their fair share of using our fields, and just as they're using our tennis courts, are paying for it, are paying their fair share, why should Palo Alto citizens be subsidizing them? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rodrigo B., followed by Jim M.
Good evening. My name is Rodrigo. I'm a Palo Alto resident. I'm also the executive director for both Palo Alto Soccer Club and Silicon Valley Soccer Academy. We are the largest soccer organization in Palo Alto with over 2,000 kids aged 5 to 18 years old. 72% of our members are Palo Alto residents. Turf fields, as you guys might know, are a critical part of our daily operations. We use turf fields daily from 4 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. during the weekdays and from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. on the weekends. The ability to access lighter turf fields is the only way we can continue to meet the needs of the Palo Alto community. With more house development in Palo Alto and more families moving to town, the demand for outdoor playing spaces has only increased. Rather than reduce opportunities, we should work together to expand access to high-quality fields and parks. I'd like to ask the City Council to approve the Parks and Rec recommendation to returf a communal park with synthetic turf. I also like to say that I care for the environment just as much as anybody else in this room. I also support a pilot program at other city sites such as Cubberley and Greer Field. But as for this specific topic, the kids' social and physical well-being are way more important to me. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Jim M.
Hi there. I'm also a coach in Palo Alto Soccer Club. I've been there for 15 years. And I do see both sides of the argument, but I think one of the biggest things is, even as far as tonight, where a lot of our grass fields get closed due to the rain, that we have to move a lot of kids over into the turf fields. And if we don't have the turf fields, then a lot of these kids have to get sent home. The other benefits of having the turf fields is if we don't have them, then we would probably have to not create as many teams within the community, so it would be a lot of kids wouldn't get access to play sports within Palo Alto. That's all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian H., followed by Winter D.
Hi. I battled this issue in Southern Oregon a few years ago. Dutch Brothers' philanthropic arm known as Love Abounds, they put in 8 acres at our local Josephine County Fairgrounds, 40 tractor trailers of tires. Turns out tires contain lead. Weird. It's the only thing that public is allowed to be around lead, and it's a lot of kids. They're associated for goalies with a preponderance of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Those guys are in the ground eating it every day. It contains MRSA bacteria festering in that 2 inches of coagulated rubber. The upkeeping, the bleaching, the bounceability that people are supposed to do, there's really no enforcement of that. Like everybody said, there's no chain of command as well to where it gets sold, et cetera, et cetera. Virginia Tech has a field of boxes that they keyed in steel posts. They ripped out the entire field. They watered the boxes out in the parking lot, and they put it in. Now, when they get a wet spot around the goalie, they just rip it out. They pop it out, and they put in new ones that are on the side, like Disney World does light bulbs underground. The tire companies, they're proprietary, like the cigarette companies. It's a proprietary chemical concoction. They don't have to release that. There's stuff in there you don't even know, and it looks like they even add chemicals from people that would have to store them as toxic storage. They put it in the tires, nobody knows, it goes off. Tires, we can't do anything about this, but tires, when they hit sunlight, tires produce something like 6 HHDT. With sunlight, it turns into 8. That kills 95% of migrating salmon and other fish. Once it gets in the riparian area, it's a morphological, a neurological toxin. It's fairly quick acting. We can't do anything about that. As well, the painful playing aspect. The NFL hates it. The MSL, the Women's Soccer League, they hate it. They have to do it because of their unions and the people that pay them.
Your time is up.
Absolutely. One last thing. The EPA allows this because you cannot prove soccer from you cannot prove cancer from a source. They will pay like breast implants, DDT, opioids, big tobacco, et cetera. Later, Bhopal, but they will never admit guilt.
Our next speaker is Winter D, followed by Jeff G.
Hi, we have to be very careful with this. Some of you council members, I was there also, attended the heat survey event that Palo Alto participated in, along with the Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. It showed maps where our city's hot spots are, where our city's hottest spots are, and where our city's cool spots are. Parks with grass, trees, etc. Now, we're asking people in Palo Alto to go all electric. And for many people, that's a real sacrifice. It's going to be difficult because it costs money. It costs them money. But here, I hope that we're not casually contemplating what basically amounts to continuing to put huge sheets of non-permeable or plastic over large areas. Not only does it kill zillions of microbes down in the soil working away, keeping things healthy, but it also does a lot of objectionable things to people's health. I sometimes think that the fact that artificial turf is green is a form of denial, and there's no reason to have artificial turf green. If you want to make these huge areas, if we're going to continue to use this stuff instead of the much cooler grass, then it should be painted white or it should be colored white. Why is it green? It's just denial. We're pretending that this is grass. This is not grass. It doesn't cool. It heats. It heats enormously. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeff G.
Good evening, council members. Jeff Greenfield. Sorry, I can't join you in person this evening. I'm out of town. On my last meeting as a member of the Parks and Rec Commission, I supported the staff recommendation to accept the report with the proviso, as Councilmember Rectal mentioned, that the risk mitigation risk measures be included as a priority. This is important, and I'm not seeing this properly referenced in the staff recommendation. It's a complex issue, certainly, but I do recommend that we move forward with the El Camino Park is way past its end of life. Please move forward with renovating the field with synthetic turf as soon as possible, and I would push staff to try to get it done in less than 6 to 7 months. We do not have a perfect synthetic option available today, and environmental concerns are legitimate, but this isn't black and white. We should strive to take all steps we can to be as environmentally responsible with a synthetic turf solution as we can, including organic cork infill, striving for PFAS-free product, paying extra to recycle old carpets, et cetera. And in addition, and finally, please, I support the pilot study, but please don't underestimate the difficulty of grass fields, building and maintaining high quality grass fields in Palo Alto. It's going to be very expensive. It's going to require multiple iterations. It's difficult. In all this analysis, we need to make sure we're focusing on apples and apples and recognize when we're talking about apples and oranges. I appreciate the work the consultant team has done. I believe their playability field cost numbers are reasonable. It gets very confusing, but it is on target. But if you're talking about, we got to consider cost trade-offs of carrying capacity for fields, not comparing one field to another. Replacing a grass field with
Your time is up.
turf needs to be simple. Please support the recommendation.
Our next speaker is Carrie L., followed by Sue.
Hi, my name is Carrie Levin. I'm a 40-year Santa Clara County resident. I have some issues with the report. Something the staff the council should be asking the staff. For example, the surface temperatures on page 40 out of the 135-page report showed vague wording about how high surface temperatures are. They're not actual measurements. We have actually measured surface temperatures at the Fair Oaks Park on a 176-degree Fahrenheit day, where the surface temperatures were up to over 160 degrees. that's 70 degrees hotter than what natural grass is. So do ask your staff, what exactly are these surface temperatures? Also consider the life cycle is really user cycle. You don't take into consideration the manufacturing or the disposal costs. When it comes down to the types of grasses, what exactly are you comparing the natural grass that you have in these parks so far? Are these installed decades ago? Were they cool season grasses? If so, you're not comparing to the modern grasses that are typically much more efficient in terms of everything, water usage, maintenance, including stability. The What type of PFAS test are you doing? Are you doing targeted or total fluorine? These companies do targeted that tend to evade the PFAS-free idea that they think can get away with PFAS-free when the total fluorine method is the one they should be doing. But second, filters do not filter out micro nor nanoplastics. Getting down to time, I say no to artificial turf, yes to natural grass, yes to the pilot project. And the only way you're going to save money if you don't take into consideration the health and safety of your children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sue, followed by Cedric B. Sue, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Oh, okay. Thank you for taking this matter seriously. It is a serious matter for public health and the environment. I urge you to support the organically managed grass fields pilot project because there are so many benefits. I don't have time to go into it now. I want to say that there are quite a few cases of successful organically managed grass fields in our area, despite the earlier speaker's statement that he doesn't know of any. There's the City of Berkeley, Willard Park, and Tom Bates Regional Sports Complex. They use a lot of natural grass management techniques. There is also Alameda Point Soccer Field Complex, and they are known for, their much improved long-term turf health. Managed organically. And there's also the Colony Landscape sports fields in the Bay Area. So there you go. So I really don't know what he was talking about. Why is there growing fear of artificial turf around the world? Well, cities and countries have either already banned or in the process of considering bans. The fear is because of the toxic substances in artificial turf, not just PFAS in the infill, but also the toxic heavy metals found in the grass blades. Young people have seen soaring rates of colorectal cancer, and evidence indicates that bioaccumulated heavy metals could be one main cause. So please do not let practical considerations override these very serious public health risks. As Council Member Burt said, this report inverted the initial priorities, which focus on the environmental and health risks. Again, please support the organically managed natural grass pilot project proposal. This would be a huge step forward for Palo Alto. On a personal level, I look forward to the day when I can relax and feel safe when I bring my grandchild to any of my city's playgrounds and fields. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cedric B., followed by Nicole L.
Good evening. This is Cedric DLB. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. There are environmental concerns only with synthetic fields, not our grass fields, which are maintained without pesticides. We want people to play sports and live active lives to maintain and improve health, but then we use synthetic fields which negatively impact the health, not just of the field users, but of the surrounding ecosystems. The negative health impacts of not getting enough playtime are a lot lower than the lifetime impacts of dealing with cancer or the like. Natural grass fields help absorb carbon, they build soil and create habitat for birds and bees. Synthetic turf has high climate impact. They are not just a biological dead zone, but also a source of toxins and poisons for the environment. In a time of climate crisis, when species are under threat, bees are experiencing die-offs. We need to be proactive in protecting and restoring ecosystems and habitats, promoting native plants and integrative pest management, and banning pesticides. We should not be further degrading and poisoning our land and water. I think it is totally insane that people worry about germs for kids, and yet we cover our children's playgrounds with synthetic plastics, like was unexpectedly done at the Boulware Park renovation, exposing kids to all sorts of toxins that can negatively impact them for the rest of their lives. Please stop poisoning our people and planet. Don't use any more of these hazardous products, and please do return to natural fields and surfaces, including at the El Camino playing park. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole L.
Hello, good evening, and thank you, Palo Alto City Council members. My name is Nicole, and I was born and raised in Santa Clara County. According to the EPA, the most potent source of water pollution is urban runoff, and artificial turf is a major contributor to this problem, polluting waterways with hundreds of pounds of toxic chemicals and plastic per year per field. In most plastic turfs, not only are the blades itself made of plastic, but so are the materials that are scattered throughout the plastic blades of the turf. These pebbles are actually cut up pellets of rubber tires, which are non-biodegradable. Activity on this artificial turf leads to this plastic content ending up in various rivers or waterways where they poison wildlife and the people that use the water. In addition, the turf and infill is just plain uncomfortable for athletes and students that use these fields regularly. Artificial turf is also extremely toxic. PFAS, chemicals that are commonly found in artificial turf, can lead to cancer, autoimmune diseases, severe damage to organs, and birth defects. Just look at the case where 6 baseball players for the Philadelphia Phillies who played on artificial turf all contracted and died from glioma, a rare brain cancer. Plastics contain many other harmful chemicals as well, which may cause chemical burns to the lungs, lead to lung damage, and affect our body's nervous system. The toxicity of artificial turf and its virus-like ability to spread are what make it such a huge concern. I still remember when I was taking part in my high school color guard in PE. After running around for mere minutes, I'd already gotten handfuls of rubber pellets stuck in my shoe, which just goes to show how easily the plastic can spread. This is just one of many reasons why action has already been taken to address the issue. In late 2022, Boston banned artificial turf in parks. Millbrae and San Mateo County also established the interim ordinance, a moratorium banning the installation of artificial turf and synthetic grass. And in 2023, the moratorium evolved into a permanent ordinance and now completely bans the installation of artificial turf. So tonight, the City Council should add the words, implement a pilot program to sustainably enhance and actively manage the city's natural grass fields to any action it takes. Thank you.
Concludes public comment on action item 9.
Okay, thank you for that public comment. I think we'll take a break now of about 15 minutes and then come on back. Okay, we are back from our break and resuming the agenda item number 9 on use of turf fields. We've completed public comment. Are there any staff comments?
Yes, Mayor. I think we did want to just take a moment to provide a little additional context on the question of the focus of the study and again, the playability and cost issues versus health. Just let me be clear. Of course, health is our primary concern and primary priority. That said, did want to recall that when the scope of the study was previously discussed by the council, there was a great deal of sensitivity to the overall cost of the study and where it would focus. So as such, as directed to the staff, we focused on the playability and operational issues, since that was the particular area of additional information that could be brought to the body of knowledge that already existed. Again, that kickoff of the study or the scoping occurred soon after the county had completed its health assessment, and as such, while the team did include it as a part of the report, it was largely trying to take advantage of that information as already existing and, again, bring additional information to the council for your consideration. So unless there was something else that staff wanted to add, that's it from staff.
Okay. I just want to clarify that the recommendation for the pilot it is in the recommendations. It wasn't a separate bullet point, but it is part of the recommendations on pages under general recommendations 179 and 180. So just for clarification. Okay, we're back to the dais for we can do questions or comments. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you, and thanks to the city manager for that clarification. What it really sounds like to me is that whereas the study was focused most of all on cost and playability, our decision, that was because that the environmental and health impacts were the already something that we would be considering very strongly. So what that means to me is that we're not basing our decision overwhelmingly on the turf study. That is one point of view that's focused most of all on the playability and the cost, and then we have to weigh that against environmental and health factors. And I think that, one of the things that this is an emerging field. Just a few years ago, the sensitivity to PFAS, what was then also volatile organics that were being emitted from the rubberized surface below the grass were an additional factor. That has largely been solved through other materials in that fill. But the grass, both microplastics and PFAS, other toxins and carcinogens that are related to those materials that we don't have good data on, but there are indications that these are valid concerns. And also environmentally, we have the carbon footprint of producing the synthetic grass that I think is not in the report, and then all those other factors that are health factors plus heat, which is both a health factor and an environmental factor. And that all leads me to having probably greater concern than I had a year and a half ago when we pushed to have this re-examined. It doesn't make for an easy decision, but my concerns on the environmental and health factors are actually greater than a year and a half ago. Then what are our choices? And we have this option of a pilot study, and for me it kind of boils down to, at this point in time, do we go forward with the El Camino replacement with a synthetic turf? And I would say that I welcome staff to correct this, but I'm not aware of us having means to capture that blade runoff at El Camino currently in our stormwater system. And if we do, please let me know. So might we consider El Camino for that pilot study, with an understanding that there's some trade-off in number of playing hours, but if it's the optimized care of using the best, most suitable grasses for their durability, and they're closer to all-season play, they're not going to be like synthetic. It's not going to have the same number of hours, but we need to find out how many hours of play over the course of the year and seasonally we can get from an optimized natural turf field. We don't really know that right now. And should El Camino Park be the place that we do that evaluation rather than installing another synthetic turf replacement there? I am also not convinced, based on some of the information we've had, that the cost comparison is as it should be. You know, that this $179 per square foot cost per hour per year per square foot, I think it is, right? That's based on 500 hours of use, and we have a lot of fields already that are more than double that. It doesn't, but we also have ones that are in that ballpark. So it's a question of what number of hours per year could we squeeze out of an optimized natural turf field? I'm very interested in pursuing that pilot and perhaps pursuing it at El Camino Park.
Vice Mayor Vinker?
Yeah, I want to kind of tee off of that, but start with when this came to the Finance Committee last year, I was ready to just say no. And I had to be kind of pulled back because of the playing time problem, and we needed to do studies, and we needed to go through this conversation. But because of just all the things that everyone has said about the concerns about plastics, heat island, all the various things, PFAS, et cetera, I was very, very concerned about that. But the loss of playing time is also a concern for children and others who use it for recreational facilities. So as I said before, it's a choice between, you know, two favorite things. So why am I so obsessed with this hybrid thing? I want to talk just a little bit more about it, because I don't think we got a great briefing on it. So it's not like a 50-50 thing. It's not like half plastic. It's like 95% grass and 92% some. So it's mostly grass. And the substrates that it's on, right now, a lot of it is still plastic. That's not great, but it's a very small percent. And there's a push in the industry, and there are actually trials that you mentioned in your report, where the actual substrates are biodegradable polymers. So at the end of the life of that substrate, the part that's not the grass, it biodegrades. So, you know, if those trials work out, it gets to the point that you have this grass field that has the 3 times the 3x playing hours. It's expensive, so we need to talk about that clearly. But that, I think, is a council policy decision. If we can have our cake and eat it too, that's a deal. And we may be willing to pay a premium, maybe we won't, but I think that's a conversation for us to have. And so that's why I keep going back to this. So, you know, we could think about, I guess what I would say to tee off of what Councilmember Burt just said is, I would be interested in our city looking into, sure, these grass pilots, but also the hybrid alongside it, because it's a technology that's available now. We know it works, we just know it's expensive. And I think that, you know, whether or not we do it for El Camino, but I certainly think the Cubberley
turf field that's coming online in, 28 it needs, we absolutely, as part of the SCAP, that's something I was going to mention, our sustainability work plan that we're redoing right now, CSD can work with the SCAP folks, but we ought to think about our fields generally as being part of our city's sustainability goals. So when I look at the life cycle cost analysis on page 70, the cost per hour of use of the natural grass hybrid is 203. It is the highest, but it's not that far from the 3 other natural grass options, which range from 184 to 200. Now, that's per hour. Total ownership over that 20 years is substantially higher. But if you compare that with the recommended synthetic turf, it's about 2 million higher. That's a lot of money, but that's for the 20 years. If we tried it for the first 10, that's $1 million. I know that the math doesn't work, that's exactly 100 a year because there's, present value and all that good stuff. But, roughly speaking, that may be a price we want to pay for the health of our children and to maintain substantially the playing hours. It's about 2/3 of what a synthetic turf field could be if this analysis is accurate. So it's about 1,500 hours instead of 2,250. So, but query whether we take one of our grass fields and make it this hybrid, and you gain from 500 to 50, you gain 1,000. So if we switch 2 to hybrids, you net out 250 extra hours, playing hours. So there are things we can do to get to the point where we start phasing out our synthetic turf fields, and I would really like to see that happen. But I'm also cognizant of the physical and mental health benefits of having recreational things. So I would just encourage my colleagues to consider that option.
Councilmember Stone?
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I want to explain why, for me, I can't support the recommendation before us tonight to reinstall synthetic turf at El Camino Park. I want to begin with something that both, at least the staff report, letters from local advocacy groups like the Sierra Club, and concerned residents have made abundantly clear that the science regarding the health and environmental impacts of artificial turf is not settled, and what we do know is deeply concerning. I think the county's public health department itself noted that research on PFAS, microplastics, and other toxins associated with synthetic turf is rapidly evolving, yet tonight's recommendation essentially tells us to move forward anyway without applying the precautionary principle. And what we do know, what is absolutely undisputed, is that synthetic turf introduces multiple categories of contaminants into our environment. Even with so-called PFAS-free or PFAS-reduced products, there's no industry standards and no certification, and independent testing continues to be able to find those really high PFAS levels in newly manufactured turf. But even if those were able to somehow miraculously disappear tomorrow, synthetic turf is still plastic, and it breaks down into micro and nanoplastics that migrate into the air, soil, stormwater. We saw photographs that were delivered earlier today by a concerned resident that was able to show just in these recent storms how those microblades have kind of migrated into our storm drains. And these particles have been found in human organs, including the brain, linked to DNA damage, neuroinflammation, metabolic disorders, and more. And in a study that was just released this year, scientists have found that microplastics in the brain have increased by about 50% in just the last 10 years. And researchers now believe that humans may now have as much as 10 grams of microplastics in our brains. That's more than the equivalent of a plastic spoon's worth of microplastics. And I'm not saying a spoonful, I'm saying the same weight as a plastic spoon. So, I mean, imagine, grab this from the back, imagine something like this floating in our brains, and it's only getting worse. So I think the staff report at least acknowledges the microplastic problem and the uncertainty around PFOS, but what it doesn't do is grapple with those uncertainties as public health risks significant enough to justify stopping and reevaluating our overall direction. And instead, the report's conclusions are really kind of just driven by use hours and scheduling convenience. But public health cannot be outweighed by marginal improvements in scheduling reliability. And to me, prioritizing play hours over health and environmental risks is not true stewardship and the type of stewardship that the city is known for. So I like the idea of the pilot program for natural gas, but I'm concerned that we're locking us into another decade of synthetic turf at El Camino Park through the current recommendation, and that just seems backwards to me. I think if the pilot is expected to demonstrate whether high-performance natural grass can meet our needs, then the logical sequence is to complete the pilot first, then we make an informed decision afterwards. But instead, we're being asked to commit now without data from the pilot that we haven't even begun. So I agree with what has been said tonight. We need reliable fields, we need equitable access, year-round playability, but I strongly disagree that synthetic turf is the only best path to be able to achieve that. I think that precautionary principle tells us to err on the side of protecting public health when credible risks exist. And tonight, those risks are just clearly in front of us. So proceeding with the synthetic turf at this moment without waiting for the results of our natural grass pilot and without resolving those outstanding health questions does not strike me as responsible governance. So for those reasons, I can't support the recommended actions. I think we should really move towards the natural grass pilot, convert El Camino Park to either a grass field. I appreciated the vice mayor's kind of questioning about really kind of clarifying what we're really talking about. Since it's going to take 6 months to get that anyways, we're really talking about a year, not the full 18 months. But I'm also open to what Councilmember Burt mentioned about maybe having that pilot at El Camino Park. I think that makes a lot of sense. So those are my thoughts. Happy to support any motion that supports that by my colleagues.
Can I just refer the related question back to staff? How do you quantify right now the usage? How many kids are using the fields? Or do you even have that number? I'm just trying to figure out if we don't go ahead with turf, how many teams are going to be cut right away, just so we have that knowledge.
I don't have that information in front of me. We prioritize youth leagues that serve Palo Alto youth. We'd have to look at how those teams are impacted if we reduce the synthetic turf.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can add on that. So as far as El Camino goes, right now you've got about multiple organizations. From what I recall, looking at the data, it's everything from youth to adult.
Yeah.
And it equates to about 27 hours. So that would be significantly cut down depending on the natural grass field profile you put in. But the other caveat is El Camino receives significant use during the wintertime. Mm-hmm. And so you would have to, I don't want to say all but eliminate that use during the wintertime, but that'd be significantly reducing your wintertime use on that field.
Even after it became grass, if that was the way it went?
Yeah.
Because of the weather?
Yeah, the reason is that, so the natural grass during the winter exhibits very poor recovery. It's not optimal growing conditions for the natural grass. We can do more of a performance profile with drainage, but that still doesn't change the fact that you're going to have a lot of program out there, you're going to be wearing down a field, and you're going to be wearing down grass that does not want to recover or able to recover because of the conditions.
So there will be some percentage of teams that have to be cut, at least in the winter, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
And from my PRC days, we always used to joke that, coaches really wanted the field 8 days a week for practices and games, which was, of course, what they wanted, but they weren't going to get because we're not going to build that many fields. So there's something there to just say, you can't even have what you're having right now if we have to scale back. But it seems like we'd have to do that. We'd have to cut teams. And it seems to me that we'd have to start looking at our 10.5 acres out by the Baylands pretty doggone soon, because we're going to have some fall off, even with this good hybrid approach, all of which can be done, but it's going to take time, money, management. And if this were to occur, what would be the game plan? I know you're thinking of it live right now, but spontaneously, but what would be the game plan for El Camino in your initial judgment? Put in half a field, wait until we could put it in all this grass?
Yeah, or if it was converted to natural grass. Well, so there would have to be some level of planning as part of that pilot program, if you will, because the question is are we going to establish a native soil natural grass? Are we going to establish some form of performance sand-based natural grass and or some type of hybrid natural grass? So we'd have to establish that, because the numbers that we gave you, that was just for a native soil field. So the price continues to escalate the higher performing field that we put in. So I would say if we did just put in a native soil natural grass field, that's not really a pilot, because you already have those in your inventory. So you'd really and this is me thinking out loud, but you'd really want to put in a performance grass field, which is going to cost exponentially more.
And what do you, last question on this sort of sidebar here. If we don't go through the timeline that you have set for replacing that with turf, then what happens? Do we have to go through another timeline, and in the meantime, it's going to be unusable for anything? I don't mean to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to probe.
Yeah, great question. I think we definitely are at risk for closure for safety. So the field would be down or could potentially be down while we are in the planning phase.
Okay. Other council members? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just one quick follow-up question on that. I understand we have to do planning and probably irrigation under these scenarios, but 18 months still seems like a long time. Can you just speak a little bit to why it would be why that's the estimate?
Yeah, let me I have that up a minute. We had a little bit of a breakdown in the study, and I'm not on that page. But essentially, you're going to go through a procurement period where you're going to go procure an architect engineer to design your field. And they need to design it, and then you're going to go through a period of permitting, and then you're going to go through a period of procurement where you're going to go hire a builder, and then you're going to go through a period of construction, and then a period for the growing of the natural grass. So like 18 months is a pretty good baseline for that. Can be done a little quicker, potentially, if there's different procurement methods to expedite the process. Like you could potentially shave some months off that. Could it potentially take longer? Definitely. I mean, if you try to go build a natural grass field in the winter, it's probably going to take longer than building a natural grass in the summer because of the weather delays and weather conditions.
Are you done? Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts on that. One is whether using sod could trim a little bit of time off that. If I think about 18 months from November, we'd be starting in April, so right after the winter season. So that would be favorable in that sense from this date forward. If it was truly 18 months from now, which, as you said, that's imprecise. I think one of the important things on the field use is our formula for what portion of the teams need to be resident. And and I'm not really versed on what we use right now on our soccer fields. Can staff quickly give us any sense of that and how it compares to neighboring communities? Both field, do we have more fields just like on pickleball? We're a sub-regional pickleball center now because we're providing those services. Is something like that going on in the other playing fields?
Yes, so we have a field usage policy that dictates how we distribute the field. So the field users submit their requests for field use, and then we go through a long process on how those fields get scheduled. And like I said, the prioritization is for youth nonprofit organizations that serve a certain amount of Palo Alto kids, and I don't have that percentage off the top of my head, and then the prioritization goes down from there.
So on the lowest, if we had a constraint on field hours for El Camino as a result of this switch, we'd look at the lowest priority and perhaps tightening that or not allowing as much use in that lowest priority, I assume.
Correct. They would likely not be the first to not get the fields.
Okay. And then, lastly, on the additional fields at Ging, and we actually, we have our two baseball fields, and we really only use one these days, so that might be the more immediate opportunity. And as I look back on the Ging fields, when we created that land, now the decision was made more than a dozen years ago. We were constrained on field use, and that problem, but since then we haven't been saying we've got to take advantage of those Ging fields for a dozen years. And I think that's because we had an increased use of synthetic turf, which extended hours rather than building new fields.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, okay. So that's the decision that kind of happened. I don't know how deliberate that was, but those two things went together.
It was actually very deliberate. We even fussed about the wording because those 10.5 acres were retained for future recreational use. And it was specifically not fields because we wanted to be more open about what do we need there in the future. Do we want archery ranges? Do we want whatever?
But I can tell you, as the person who initiated that set aside when we did the flood control with reducing, needing 10 acres from the golf course for flood control, and we really re-examined the size of the golf course, and rather than 180 acres, we took it to 160 to put 10 acres. And the impetus was, at that point in time, and for really the years before that, the need for additional playing fields. I think it was a good decision to put latitude there, but the impetus was, at that time, we thought we needed more playing fields, and it didn't come about yet.
Yeah, noting that we also said at the time, and I said tonight, that's not the optimal place for youth sports, but
yeah, it's not the optimal place for baseball. It's really true. It's not optimal, but I don't think we have the opportunity to necessarily choose optimal. We're looking at trade-offs and what alternatives we really do have. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I think it was Councilmember Rechdal was first.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Byrd about that. Our view on this has really changed. And the mayor and I were on Parks and Rec when we did the first Mayfield replacement. And at that point, people were using crumb rubber, the ground tires with heavy metals and lead. It was just not good. And so we paid extra to get virgin rubber to put in for the infill. And we were so proud of ourselves. And now we look back at that, all the blades had PFAS in them. And even the virgin rubber is not really good for the environment if it escapes. So I'm more concerned now today than I am that it was even a year ago. But what makes us hard is we have two competing interests. We all care about health and the environment and sustainability, but we also care about mental health. And I know growing up, participating in sports was really important. And my youth would not have been as good if I wouldn't have had access to playing fields. So we have to balance that off, and that's really difficult here. And so I think we have to do is we have to make it so our first job is to make it so they're not opposing each other. And that's really put a full court press into finding out what can you do with grass fields to make it so we can get higher use and so we don't have to sacrifice. But I think in the short term, I think the only choice we have is to put a synthetic field with organic infill, so that's one problem, PFAS-free or low PFAS blades, have the RMM to try to do our best to keep the microplastics from escaping into the environment. It won't be perfect, but at least we can do the best we can. And try to view that as that's the last field that we're going to, artificial field turf that we're putting in, and we really are going to strive that the next ones to replace are going to be grass. And particularly, the El Camino has good lights, and so we can use that in the winter. Cubberley does not have good lights, or doesn't have lights at all. And so if we convert that to grass field, we don't get as much use on Cubberley, which is currently a synthetic field. If we convert that, say that's going to be the target for our grass replacement. And since it's grass during the wet season, we won't be able to use it as much, but it doesn't have lights, and so I think there's some synergy there that would be a better target. That also would give us 2 more years to plan. We could look at more carefully, do we want to do a hybrid system? Do we want to do an organic base? And it takes time to plan this stuff. This is not trivial, and I think having the 2 extra years so we could really have a plan lined up so we could do it quickly and efficiently. I think that's the better approach than trying to do the El Camino. I understand that, artificial turf is not a good thing, but we have the practical application that kids use it to play soccer, and that's a good thing for them. And it's just not a one-sided coin. So.
Councilmember Liu?
Thank you. I absolutely want a pilot program for natural grass into.
No,
Gosh, that's
natural
not the
gas.
first time this has happened tonight. And I want to eliminate and minimize turf in the medium term, sort of pending technology changes or sustainability changes to turf. I agree with Councilmember Rectal. A challenge for me is that Cubberley ultimately seems to be a somewhat better fit, where it is built into a community context with many more grass fields. And I actually found Sherry Lisgarten's article on this in The Weekly somewhat compelling. And so I think the timing is difficult because that stretches out our timelines. We buy ourselves 10 more years of turf. But it is El Camino, but it is a more economical option. I also want to comment a little bit about other sort of alternatives. I think we can easily get ahead of ourselves looking at the Baylands and the 10 plus acres there. I think we could probably just as reasonably look at sand-capped fields in other locations, which could bring up our native grass capacity without necessarily disturbing the natural environment in the Baylands. So that at Greer or at Cubberley, if we actually convert the 4+ native grass, native soil fields there, is a compelling option. I don't think I have done the math in my head yet about how the net playable hours and costs add up, but my point is that we don't necessarily need to get too ahead of ourselves on the exact parameters of what we do in the Baylands. I think interpreting the precautionary principle is tricky here. I think we do need to consider youth mental health, as Councilmember Rectal discussed. I think we also need to recognize real budget limitations. And on the issue of budget limitations, I did have one specific question. I'm curious, what would cost recovery look like using the city's normal principles look like for a either native or let's say sand-capped El Camino soccer field, or for any other sort of actively, organically managed native or natural grass field?
So for clarification, are you asking about cost recovery on the construction costs versus like operating and maintenance costs?
Sorry. We have listed fees where, for example, for a turf field, the resident rate is $90 per hour and the non-resident rate is $210 per hour. So if the cost per playable hour is approximately $80, we are actually recovering that cost. There's also a nonprofit rate that's somewhat below cost, but net, we aren't actually necessarily eating the budget cost of a field, because per playable hour, at least based on the reservations, we get a lot of recovery. If we were to do a natural grass field and it ended up costing, $3+ million over a 20-year life cycle, what would the city's practice be? Would we also have to think about setting a rate such that the cost for that field is not so high that we actually discourage or don't get reservations in that more actively managed natural grass field?
Yeah, we would have to look at that. We do have our cost recovery policy that we generally follow. So there might be opportunities to increase the hourly rental rate. I don't think that was part of your work, was it, Anthony? No, so we haven't done that analysis, but we certainly could look into that.
Okay. I am somewhat worried about the idea that we build these new, healthier, more sustainable fields, and then we end up charging $200+ per hour and they don't actually get used. But I'm also concerned about the idea that we spend millions of dollars in capital costs. I think I can still think and be fine with a turf pilot either at El Camino or at Cubberley with turf in the meanwhile, but I'm curious just to see how the conversation continues. Thank you.
I want to add something about the community who plays sports. I mean, it's my own experience as a coach and as an administrator and as a dad is that the high percentage of folks, thankfully, girls and boys, play youth sports in our town. I mean, it's pervasive. So by delaying this one field, we are going to lose some teams. We might also lose some playing times per week, back to my 8 days a week thing, which is not as terrible. But I want to point out that one of the other benefits is that athletes of all kinds can play youth sports. So there's an equity aspect there. I happen to have one son that's an athlete and the other one who is definitely not an athlete. And they both played youth sports, for one a shorter time and one a longer time. But they both played, and they got the beginnings of teamwork and coordination and things like that. So I think that there's that equity balance, and you're throwing in with teams from all different parts of town, and I think that mix is really good. Also, it's a community benefit, because you spend a lot of time with the other parents as an adult, and not just the other kids. And, some folks that I know today I met on the baseball field. So there's that whole benefit. And I mean, there are tens of thousands of people, parents, that are touched by this. And so if we say this is going to be cut back a bunch for the next couple of years, we're going to have some mail about that as well. So I just wanted to point that out. And no, that's fine. I'll just leave it there. Who was next? I think Councilmember Stone.
Just want to briefly add, I appreciate the recognition of the impact on youth mental health. I think that is absolutely a big component as well, because of course access to youth sports and outdoor exercise is critical. I do want to though point out as well, there's a growing body of research around the connection between youth mental health and microplastics, and especially in particular with young developing brains more susceptible to the dangers of inflammation of the brain, chronic inflammation, which links to depression, anxiety, brain fog, hormone disruption. Microplastics can disrupt gut health, which also leads to mood issues, mental clarity, and then, of course, dozens of other impacts. So want to point out that I think, yes, the youth mental health piece, an important one for youth sports. I'm more concerned about the long-term physical and mental health impacts on our young people, as well as the community abroad. And even though also kind of recognizing the mayor's good points about the impact of hundreds, if not thousands, of residents, I'm still, we're concerned about that as well, need to find additional options for additional playing fields. The impacts we're making are going to be felt, the health impacts are going to be felt citywide for people, whether they play on these fields or are just members of the community. Again, seeing those small plastic blades going into our stormwater system today is just kind of one example of the ripple effects that we're going to see if we continue to invest in synthetic turf into the future. And this is not a short-term decision if we decide to do it at El Camino Park. It's there for another 10 years. None of us will be on the council at that time, so who's to say what a future council will do as well. So I want to be cautious and go the way that the science and the data is pointing us, which is to reject synthetic turf and move towards natural grass.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I echo your comments about athletics and how much my two daughters, who were of differing abilities as well, benefited from them. And the hours I've spent at soccer fields around this, not just this town, but this area, and this state, it's crazy. But just focusing on the question before us, just to kind of state the obvious, but just for clarity, I'm hearing a consensus around we don't want any new locations for turf fields. We have one here, and the question is, do we extend and do we replace it for one additional 10-year period? I'm also hearing a consensus around we're not really interested in replacing it anywhere else. I shouldn't say consensus, we've not heard from anyone, but a leaning, a stream that way. So, and I hope that's where we go, that this is the last time we'll debate, I hope, whether or not we put in a turf field. Let me just ask a couple very quick factual questions before I make my next comment. Could you remind me, how old is the El Camino field? I know it's at the end of its useful life, but how many years has it been in use?
9.
9, okay. And
which in next month, basically in another month, we'd hit 10 years.
Yeah, okay, all right. And that was with the technology available 10 years ago too. Okay, so if we were either at El Camino or certainly by the time we get to Cubberley to look at alternatives that have greater wear, again, I mean, the three that are here that are the three labeled natural grass, none of us can do it. None of us can do it. The three natural grasses that are not just the native, sod-on native and are all in roughly the same ballpark in terms of cost per hour of use. But they're different in terms of those hours. And that's where, again, the hybrid, so the sand cap is 900, the perched water table is 1,000 hours, and the hybrid is 50% more. So for basically the same cost, you get 50% more hours. So in terms of this concern we have, it's still not quite one for one, as it's not, let me back up. The natural grass that are 1,000 and with the sand cap, then the hybrid is 1,500, the synthetic turf is 2,250. So it still doesn't quite match it, but it's a lot closer. So I would hope that whenever we do this, whether it's at El Camino or at Coverly, that we look at all three. But my question is to staff, how would we step through that? Because we don't have before us information. It's as if we were supposed to do the one thing, we didn't do it, and now I don't know what we do. So how would we step through discerning which of those three we would go forward with? Because I think before we would find before we put out the RFP, we got to know what we're putting out the RFP for. So what would that look like?
Help me with boundary cases here, if you could.
So if we're not doing synthetic under this scenario, and not doing the same kind of natural grass we have now, we're looking at extended life natural grass.
At El Camino or at Coverly or somewhere else?
Let's assume El Camino.
Okay.
Okay, let's assume El Camino. I'm trying to figure out, this is, as we grapple with whether to do it at El Camino or Coverly, I need to know how we would step through it if we did it at El Camino.
Quick.
And, yeah.
I'll venture call it a position here, and then staff can disagree. If it were El Camino, given where it is in its life, we would suggest that we pick a direction. And if that direction were, let's say, a sand-based turf, that we would charge forward on a design based on that premise and come back with the cost and next steps involved with that. Alternatively, if we don't decide what form of natural/hybrid is taken, we'd need to come back to you with the scope to study and decide which it would be. So that would take additional time.
Yeah, and that's what I was afraid you might say, but it makes sense.
Sorry.
No, but so I think our discussion should also focus on, can we even make that direction tonight? Because if we can't, we can't. And I think it boils down to, from those choices, do we want the 1,000-hour or the 1,500-hour, the cheaper 1,000-hour or the more expensive 1,500-hour? And that's kind of where we are on this. And we don't have a lot of information to make that decision on, but we would have to give you that direction, right?
And perhaps to have that be an informed decision, we ask Anthony and our other staff, and it may come back again to the question to the council, what's your priority? If the priority is grass with maximum playability in El Camino, then what would our guidance be as to what product or approach would best serve that goal? Yes, that's a question for you, Anthony. And if you're unable to answer that, share that as well.
I'm sorry, I'm reading trying to prepare myself for the question. Could you repeat the question one more time? I'm sorry.
If the priorities, and again, this is an assumption here, so correct if not. If our priorities were at El Camino to proceed with a natural grass alternative, how would you best advise we do, or a natural grass alternative that maximize playtime?
Sure. So I would do a full sand profile with drainage on that. I think you're going to get the most value out of that.
Why do you say that?
Just because, I should say you're going to get the best long-term value out of that, because when you do, so sand cap is one thing, you have a really nice growing medium, but when you introduce the drainage layer, which isn't significantly more, what it allows you to do is over the long term, you're able to like flush the salt build up, things like that end up accumulating in your sand over the amount of years. So my opinion is just for not a lot more money, put the drainage system in. It's going to be a longer term investment.
Is that the perched water table?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, sorry for not clarifying. And then, but at the same token, though, we would want to take a look because really to get the most out of a sand-based field, it takes more maintenance. So we'd want to be very realistic about what that's going to take.
Takes more what?
More maintenance.
Maintenance.
Yeah, so it takes more maintenance to get really optimize those fields. And so we would want to be realistic with the city. What is that going to cost year in, year out to meet that expectation? There's other municipalities who have done performance sand-based fields, but they usually have full-time sports managers and fairly large budgets to keep those fields maintained and going.
I just want to.
Just on that note, I know the council's aware of this, but for community awareness, that on that issue of funding and budgets, we are expecting to enter into a very constrained budget year. So that will likely have result in some difficult choices among where to invest. In particular, as we're talking about operating budgets, which are somewhat distinct from capital budgets, but nonetheless important for us to acknowledge. Happy to expand on that as needed.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point. I actually think that's something for council to weigh, because I quarrel a little bit with your last point that there's more value, because we have to decide if there's more value in getting 50% more hours that's closer to the number of playing hours that our community has now, because it's the same dollars per hour in those two options. So if it's the same dollars per hour, we have to decide if we want to buy more hours for our community. But in a tough budget year, it may be harder to do so. So, if we want to go forward, I would like to hear my colleagues' comments on going forward with El Camino as opposed to Cubberley, and those who would like to do that, given that we're kind of in this conundrum over giving direction tonight as to which of these options to take. And the cheaper one cuts in more than half the resulting hours after we would finish the project.
Just to raise one process issue, and then we're going to go to Councilmember Burt. I mean, theoretically, we could table this motion and have an offline discussion of a couple of council members and staff if we wanted to flush out more specific options before forcing a vote at X date, which I don't know when that would be. But just as a process issue, that's another way to go for it. Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I really only want to focus on one issue, which is whether selecting one of these options as a natural turf at El Camino Park would mean that our youth in Palo Alto would not have the playing field access that they have today. But Director Kane, when you went through that hierarchy, you didn't go through detail, but you explained that you have a hierarchy. The lowest tier that we would be reducing access for is not our Palo Alto youth, correct? That's the highest tier.
Correct. It would be groups that are for-profit and have the low residency rate.
So that concern, if that was true, I'd be concerned about it, but it's a non-issue.
So specify what you mean by that, just so we can all get clear.
If we were to switch to natural turf, one of these options at El Camino, it would not mean we have fewer hours available for our youth to play sports.
Well, can I weigh in on that? That I'm not sure if that's correct, because I don't know how many of these for-profit groups are actually reserving fields now that wouldn't get it. This is the priority list.
And what's the second lowest priority?
Nonprofit groups with 25% or more Palo Alto residents. And then it's Palo Alto adult nonprofit groups with 35% residency, Palo Alto youth, 51% residency, and then city activities.
All the way up near the top gets into Palo Alto youth. And El Camino is a fraction of our playing fields. So we're looking at reducing playing field time on a fraction of a fraction that would affect probably only the lowest tier and maybe the lowest 2 tiers.
Not in the winter. The winter is a whole different
Right.
ballgame,
Well,
to stay
but
with the puns.
out of the winter, if even right now, we have our highest priority is teams that are predominantly majority Palo Alto youth, right? That's the highest priority?
The highest priority is city programs, so city recreation programs, so our own classes, and then it goes to Palo Alto youth organizations like
Okay.
Palo Alto
In the
Soccer Club.
winter, do we have any jeopardy that that second tier of teams that are predominantly Palo Alto youth, are they currently constrained on the field access, or is it those other tiers that are constrained in the winter?
I would have to get back to you on that. I don't have that information in front
It's
of me.
weather driven, not so much access.
When the weather hits, the total hours available in those months is reduced. The question is, which of those categories is affected by that constrained capacity?
I get that.
And my point is that it's those lower priority categories that are the ones that get most constrained. The our rec programs and the Palo Alto youth are the highest priority for all these fields citywide. And so Kristen doesn't have the exact numbers, but I don't think that we're looking at, in all likelihood, an impact on our youth, even in those winter months, off of this one decision.
I mean, one clarification.
Councilor Rector?
Oh, yeah. One clarification. I mean, this might be a little dated, but from my Parks and Rec days, the only organization that was a nonprofit was AYSO. And then below it, the for-profit are club sports, but they're the only ones in that age group. And so then they're below, and the vast majority of those are all Palo Alto residents. And even, we do have some slots for less Palo Alto residents, but they're the exception, not the rule. Most of the fields are taken up by youth who are Palo Altans. Now, on the adult side, we do let more non-residents play adults, but that's because they need critical mass, and adults don't have as many friends, and so it's harder for them to get 10 friends together, and so we allow them to have more non-residents because those non-residents are allowing residents to have access to the fields, and so it's like they're doing a service for us by lending them their bodies and going out there. So by and large, the fields really are used by Palo Alto residents. We don't have a vast majority of non-residents playing. Kristen, you want to clarify anything that I said that might have been wrong?
I would just echo with what Councilmember Rectal said. We're looking at the data, and it states that majority of El Camino Fields use are Palo Alto, either soccer club, which has a very high residency rate, in addition to some American youth soccer, but majority, Anthony,
It looks like the majority is Palo Alto.
Yeah.
We can go through the data in finer detail.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just a quick point on that. That was very interesting, Councilmember Rectal. I guess I was wondering about, some of the more elite teams tend to draw, players from, it's sort of like this clump of cities, and the elite from each city join a team. And if every city around here did what we did and said, if you don't have 51%, then where do those elite teams go? And like I said, we each had a child that was more elite than the other. The one that was more elite tended to play on teams with kids from, Mountain View and Los Altos and Menlo Park and Redwood City, and they all, and it would vary. Where do they go? I guess they could go to our grass fields, but anyway, I think we can't forget those too, because we like to encourage those kids too.
Well, let me just throw out one other, I'm just trying to put an odd thought out there. We have a life cycle of 10 years. It doesn't mean we have to keep it up for 10 years. So if we wanted to put it up and take it out 5 years later, obviously it's a simple matter of money, as they say. But we're not locked into that. So having said that, do we want to try to do an informal ad hoc to talk with staff, or do we want to try to force the issue tonight? You said that if we don't do this, what's on the table in terms of the turf field, we might end up having to close it
That's correct.
before we can get something else up.
I don't have the exact timing on if and when a closure may or may not be able to have to happen.
All right, well, I'm thinking it might be worth a conversation. Councilor Burt?
I think because, a lot of this, I think for a number of us is boiling down to what would be the real impacts on our priority users. I do think that you're right that having a quick informal ad hoc to flush this out and bring it back to the council would be useful.
So I think we can just, parliamentarily wise, we can just continue the item, table the item, continue it to a date uncertain, and also create an ad hoc to discuss with staff. What's that?
Well, I would just note that ad hocs seem to be almost as constrained as their field capacity, given how thin you're all stretched. But certainly, I think staff would certainly be happy to work with that. So
that would be a motion that I would make. If you want a second, Pat? Any discussion on that? Okay, I'm voting for my own motion contingent on the fact that I get at least 2 council members to say yes. Doesn't have to be tonight, but I need 2 council members. All right, any other comments? Let's call a vote then, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
I've remained silent to this point because I'm the liaison to Parks and Rec, and I've just had a number of opportunities to think about this report and so on. I wanted to hear what the rest of you had to say. I just wonder if there is an appetite among the majority of us to actually approve the El Camino turf as our last turf field, get that done, get that replaced, and then figure out what we're going to put in a Coverly of the 3 options. I'd rather see the ad hoc focus on that narrower issue, but move forward with what needs to be done at El Camino Field. I just feel like time is so short. It's the 11th hour on that one. It's running out of its useful life. It is winter. Anything we do to delay that or whatnot is going to impact the teams that are planning to play there in the coming months. So I just wanted to throw that out rather than have an ad hoc deal with all of it.
Well, we already have a motion in a second, so I'm perfectly happy to entertain a substitute motion.
Yeah, I'll make a substitute motion.
Which is basically to do the staff motion. It's on the table.
It is, what does the staff motion say about Coverly?
Yeah, it really doesn't speak to the next step.
It didn't speak to the next step.
It just talks about this field and then the pilot, the grass pilot. Those are the 2 items, basically.
Okay, so I guess I would say move the staff recommendation with the grass pilot, with an ad hoc to decide where the grass pilot happens and what type of grass ought to be piloted.
Well, you wouldn't even need the second part if you don't need it, if you don't want it, but it's up to you.
Whatever you think is.
No, I mean, staff could work through that, and then the commission could work through that, where the pilot should be.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second to that? Compared to the other, not compared to, but instead of the other motion?
I'd second
discussion?
it.
You want to see it? You want to see it on the screen?
I'll second.
You want to comment, Keith?
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, I'm torn because I see both sides, but I think that the field at El Camino is so old and so bad conditions. if we want to do a pilot, it's going to be a long time before that pilot is decided on, much less constructed. I would rather just, we know that this will work, let's get it out there. If Mountain View had a high-use grass field that we knew and had confidence that we could replicate, that would remove a lot of the risk. But with this pilot, there's a lot of risk associated with it, both the planning risk and the implementation risk. So I think this is the safer option. I don't like the idea that we're adding more turf, but the upside is that people have a place to play, so.
It's not more turf, it's the same amount of turf as we have.
Yes.
We're not reducing our 12%.
We're adding new turf.
It would be the same 12%. They're both turf, that's right.
We're adding turf for another 10 years, and we're at synthetic turf for another 10 years. And we're acknowledging that that's not great, but given the timetable and the other constraints, we think that that's the most expedient solution right now. And we're going to make the decision we probably feel better about on the next field.
I believe Councilmember dropped item number 3 on the ad hoc committee with the assumption that the commission would work on that. Somebody else has a comment? Councilmember Liu?
Yes, I think it is important to try to move towards a more solid motion about this being the last synthetic turf field, barring some revolution in synthetic turf technology that makes it ultimately a better option in the future, so standard disclaimers. And I think maybe talking about Cubberley is worthwhile to do in this motion, because Cubberley is due for the same decision in around 3 years. So if any time in the next few years we actually have the budget, we could even do a natural turf pilot sooner at the Cubberley turf field, which for reasons Councilmember Rechtel mentioned, are maybe less desirable for the winter, given lighting and other things anyways. So
Are you speaking in favor of the motion?
yeah, I think I can go with the motion, but I'm also curious.
I'll accept that amendment to add Cubberley as the target for the pilot for natural turf.
Yes, and
I can accept that also.
yeah, and we don't need to put more in the motion, but just as the Finance Committee finds money and resources, we could, it's much more palatable to do Cubberley a year or 2 early than it is to try to do El Camino Park 5 years in, for example. So I think stating the Cubberley synthetic turf field as a natural pilot, I think, is a good step in. I'm glad we can put that in the motion.
Yeah, Cubberley synthetic, yeah. Because we have a lot of different fields at Cubberley.
Any other council members speaking to this motion? Yes. Councilmember Venker?
Yes, and so, Madam Clerk, I think Councilmember Rechtel just made a good point. There are a bunch of fields at Cubberley, some of which are grass, and I think we're talking about the synthetic, set the Cubberley synthetic field as the target for the pilot, is I think what the point is here. I have a question about accepting the findings and recommendations of the study. Why do we need to do that? I'm asking staff.
It's actually a good point.
Because I think there's a lot of controversy about them.
Correct, the PRC did, and staff recommended it.
But we don't
Council doesn't have to.
Okay. I would ask the maker if, I'm just very concerned about the fact that even on the one point I raised, there were 4 different ways of describing the costs of a hybrid, and I'm looking at the maker of the motion.
Sorry.
Okay.
Here.
I'm wondering if you would accept a friendly amendment to delete paragraph 1, because I don't know why we need to accept the report. I'm glad it was
What
done.
about changing it to receive the findings and recommendations? Don't we want some kind of mechanism to say that there was a report and we saw it?
Oh, we all heard it.
I'm indifferent on that. I just don't, I would prefer not to have the accept, just,
Can staff talk? Is there any reason that we need that?
It's fine if the city council would prefer not to make that an explicit action.
Okay.
Okay, then I'm fine with removing it.
I am too. One other thing, you delete, if that's deleted. So there was those mitigation measures that the Parks and Rec recommended that would prevent runoff and other environmental impacts. And so I'd like to include that as a sub-bullet under number 1. Are you good with that?
Yes.
And so the phrasing for that is the risk mitigation measures, RMM. Include that as part of the design for El Camino.
I want to ask the mayor, well, I still think there may be some ways to move more quickly at El Camino, and so if the substitute motion passes, that's why I suggested these amendments, but I'm still looking at, I still think that if the ad hoc could move quickly and come back with some options, I would like us to at least have that conversation, and I don't know, when you say a date uncertain, are you still thinking this year? Or just to have some...
Well, we're on a whole different motion now. I was not thinking that this would need a date uncertain.
I guess the thing is, I'm having trouble supporting this motion until we flush out the other one, because I actually like the idea of having an ad hoc and seeing if we could get a little more clarity with staff from some things. It's like a broken record on this hybrid thing, but it actually is an existing technology right now. And, it's expensive, so maybe we don't want to do it, but I would love to see. So I'm not going to currently support the substitute motion because I support the motion, although I appreciate the reasoning here.
Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, so I still support the original motion because the reason that we were going to have a short time frame ad hoc was to provide us with critical additional information that would inform a decision on whether we go forward with natural or synthetic turf at El Camino. And if the recommendation ended up being, we would lose significant youth playing time in the winter. If we didn't go with synthetic turf at El Camino, then the majority of the council might go forward with that. But that was the advantage of having that ad hoc and return to us, and so I still support the original motion. So we'll make it.
Councilmember Stone?
Just a question on, I know there's a little back and forth, but the hour's getting late, so if you could refresh my memory. The plan would be to do independent testing of whatever synthetic turf is put in prior to the installation?
Again, just running with this scenario, since we've got a few different, you're speaking to the plan, should we proceed with synthetic at El Camino? Yes, the plan would be to get the testing done as quickly as possible in the procurement process. I think the current experience is showing that does take some time, so we would want to get that moving as quickly as possible so the results are available, ideally before any installation starts.
And what is the threshold that the city would be looking for? Because I know there's no PFOS option.
Right, I think that's something staff would need to work on to finalize and set a specification for the provider.
Okay, and maybe that if this fails can be included with that ad hoc committee's discussion if we move forward. And so my expectation is, let's say the substitute motion passes and that independent testing fails, then staff would have to come back to council, and we would likely have to move forward with an alternative option.
Let's see.
So does that need to be included in the motion?
I'm a little confused, so I'm not sure I'm tracking. So let me try to articulate where I think we are. Currently, we're doing testing for the installation at Mayfield. And So we hope that the results will come back in a positive manner and there are no issues at Mayfield. What we're referring to for El Camino would be to ensure that the procurement at El Camino incorporates requirements for testing and use of the results of the testing so that there is not, or such that the PFAS issue is addressed.
So my question is, if we mentioned we would establish a threshold, if that threshold cannot be met, what
see.
then?
If none of the vendors are willing to engage in a contract with us under those terms, I think that's an open question. Perhaps Anthony, you give us.
It's a good question. Really good question.
I mean, I'll answer it.
Yeah, it's really good.
Well, I think it should then be rejected and come back to the council.
If the city can definitely set a maximum PFAS threshold. And if I look back at, I know there's the juvenile products bill, which limits it to 100 ppm. Whether the turf companies can meet that, I'm not sure. I mean, I do know there's, as we've said, there's turf companies that claim PFAS free or PFAS reduced. So we would have to confirm, or the city would have to confirm that the turf manufacturers could meet that. And if they could, then they would manufacture it, you test it just to confirm that it is less than 100 parts per million, then you'd be off and running.
So again, but if they cannot, do we know what that alternative is, or does that need to be included in the motion? And also, I'm not, a big fan of saying, well, whatever the lowest standard that the industry can do. I think we need to set that standard of what we're comfortable with subjecting our community to, and stand by that standard.
Yeah, I think we'll need to do some work to identify what that standard would be, and then a question of how to bring that back if that's a specific topic that the council would want to discuss. Quite frankly, not looking forward to that conversation, but nonetheless acknowledge that that might be the next step.
But so back to my kind of original question with the substitute motion, where does that discussion take place? Because I'm worried if the substitute motion passes, that never comes back to us, and we never get that answer.
Well, for sure, we'd need to come back to the council with specifications for the procurement, and so at that time, we'll have to address that issue. It will come back to the council, yes.
Okay. So it doesn't need to be included in the motion?
Does not need to be included.
Okay. I mean, I'm still not supporting the substitute motion, but I'm happy at least to hear that.
Okay, so let's call the question, please. Councilor Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you. Putting my other ad hoc hat on, I just want to point out that it may be attractive to the Cubberley project if we were able to put into the master plan that it's going to be the site of a pilot natural turf option. I don't want that to be overlooked.
Which, if I understand your point, it could be here or it can be in another motion tonight, or it can be in the future, as long as it gets there, sort of.
And it's before us right now. I just didn't want us to overlook that fact.
Okay, let's call the question. So this is for the substitute motion that's on the screen.
Correct. Taking the substitute motion, vote on the substitute motion. Councilmember Burt?
No.
Councilmember Stone?
No.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Ames?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
Tiebreaker, no.
Vice Mayor Vinker?
No.
Motion fails 3-4.
So let's go back to the main motion, which we could take action on this and be back in 2 weeks and revert to the motion that just got defeated. So there's no harm here. The addition, I think, here substantially is that we're just going to take a little bit of time with a couple council members to talk to staff and see what else we can come up with. All right. with a 2025 date on it for coming back. Everybody understand the motion? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Stone?
Do we need to include kind of my discussion on the last one? I do think, at least then, since we're going to have the ad hoc, that we should include a threshold that we would be comfortable with for those PFAS.
Well, we could discuss, that could be considered to be in the motion here, that we discuss that with staff.
Or just putting it out there, if that's
Similarly,
intent.
similarly, when we come to the grass pilot, we could specify Cumberly. Trying to make everybody happy here until this last minute. Councilmember Vinker, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I would just say I think the PFAS threshold might take a little longer than we're contemplating for this, having worked with toxics and scientists and stuff.
But we could come back with a suggested motion that has that in it for future study. Okay, Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
I don't think we've heard from staff as to what kind of impact this is going to have on the work plan if this motion passes versus the one that failed.
We're not sure what the committee will come back with. So it really depends on what the ad hoc recommendation is.
And the feasibility of an ad hoc getting going with staff in this Thanksgiving context with the winter holidays to come. Does it sound practicable to you that an ad hoc can meet and come to the decisions contemplated before the end of this calendar year?
I think it'll be tough, to your point. So even if, let's say, the ad hoc met with staff this week, I assume you'd want the motion to go through our typical publishing schedule. So that would put 2 weeks or 3 weeks beyond that. So I think we're looking at 4 weeks out, which is your last meeting in December. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Let's go to a vote.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Rekdal,
Yes.
Councilmember Liu,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you. Very important discussion tonight, so worth investing the time. Now for our next 10-minute item, Director Late stepping up. So we're not going to do one. We're not going to do presentations. Does she know that? No.
So, Mayor, as a
Go ahead.
perhaps point of order, I ask if the council could see the possibility of a quick vote on number 11 before we went to number 10, or is that unlikely? I think we tried that once before and concluded it wasn't going to happen, but.
If we're going to get them both, does it matter what order we take them in?
I'm sorry?
If we're going to do them both.
Well, if we could get a quick vote on 11, I'd suggest you do it, and then we get into number 10, which will be a longer conversation.
Any objections? I'm fine with that. Okay.
Now, I think the clerk had a couple of questions she wanted to ask, just to confirm the direction we're going to take there. Sorry, this is an audible. My apologies, City Clerk. It's with your interest in my heart that I'm making this suggestion.
Thank you. Correct. So tonight, for the council calendar item, we are hoping to get clarity on really two main points: preferences on special meetings on the third Wednesdays, which we outlined in the staff report as option 1, or fourth Mondays, which is outlined as option 2. You will note on the calendar for 2026, there are somewhat unusual amount of holidays that fall on the first 3 Mondays of the month in 2026. So that is particularly why we're looking for council's guidance on a preference for special meetings that we'll need to schedule. And the second is we're looking for clarity on the annual retreat priority setting meeting to be either on January 24th or January 31st. Typically, what we've done in the past is we didn't have a council meeting that following Monday. So both of these dates, I believe, are Saturday dates.
Okay, can we take them in that order? I want to address the first one, which is that, my suggestion, we agreed to do the third Wednesday instead of the fourth after discussion around this gives people a break, and it also gives them a vacation schedule. We have a test case of 1 month right now. So I don't see that we have a lot of data to make any changes in this. I see you reaching, I don't see a button.
Yeah.
Go ahead, George.
Personally, I find Wednesdays somewhat more difficult because it's easier for me to just block out every Monday with work, but then if I need to travel to Seattle or something for work, I can always say Monday is a travel day. But then having that Wednesday meeting makes things somewhat more difficult, so I have a soft preference for keeping things on Monday. Would just want to keep that option open or hear any other perspectives.
Councilmember
too.
Stone?
I agree. I was initially excited about the Wednesday option. The one time we did it, I thought that was terribly draining, having the back-to-back. And I found kind of preparing for 2 packets was really challenging to do as well. So I received some feedback from residents too, that they were very surprised about the Wednesday. There is an expectation for meetings to be held on Mondays, even if we're not supposed to meet on that last Monday. We too often do. So the cadence is there. I think we should do the fourth Monday, although we should really just not be meeting on that Monday at all. But for those times that we have to, I think the fourth Monday.
Councilor Hames.
Thank you. +1 to what's been said. I'll just add that I can't take the fourth week off as the liaison to Parks and Rec. They meet on the fourth week of the month. So the notion that maybe we can go on a trip or holiday, it didn't work for me. And the week that we had council followed by finance followed by council was a nightmare for me, and just wasn't able to bring my best self. So I would prefer sticking with Mondays.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just a question. I believe we spoke at one point about that Wednesday meeting not having certain items, city manager comments, council member comments and things.
Yeah, it
Would
didn't.
that, yeah, so then would that still be the case for the fourth Monday?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, that'd be great, because I don't think that's been our practice. So with that, if that's the case, then I would agree with the fourth Monday, because on Wednesday, the third Wednesdays, I'm always up in San Francisco all day, so.
Unless Councilmember Burt wants to chime in, I think there's already 4 votes.
I'll just say that, it's nice having that fourth Monday off, but I think from the public standpoint, the expectation that it be on the Mondays is an important one. And I do concur that having essentially back-to-back council meetings to prep for is rough.
Yeah, the public also doesn't know that it's an optional meeting because the public also doesn't know that it's an optional meeting because we're usually here, so. Okay, next item. Opinions on that?
Preference on annual retreat priority setting meeting as either January 24th or January 31st.
Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I would say that if staff believes that they can get it on the 24th, it's better for us to get the year going sooner rather than later.
Councilmember Lickett-Ames?
I agree with that.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
I can go with that too.
Yeah, works for me.
Okay, we're in. Are you? Bye.
And then there is one last one, not necessarily needing input, but we are asking for a motion for adoption of the proposed resolution establishing the 2026 council meeting schedule, which includes your recess dates. So your winter or your summer recess, as well as your winter recess. And do have Assistant City Clerk Christine Pryor on the line if there's anything I'm missing or that you'd like to add.
I did have a couple of comments on that calendar. First was that both the Jewish and the Muslim and also the lunar holiday, they're all starting at sundown. So we really, when we have the list of holidays, we should not be having meetings the evenings before those holidays. And so the eve, yeah, we do. And so looking at the list right now, we don't have it in the staff report. March 19th was a finance meeting, and that's the eve before a Muslim holiday. And February 17th is Lunar New Year, and that is the day of it. And there's a meeting scheduled there too. So both those have a conflict with the.
March 19th does?
March 19th.
It's a Thursday, March 19th, right?
There was some meeting on the let me pull up the staff report.
We do have, it looks like scheduled March, there you go, Christine.
Hi, Councilmember Rectal, thank you. I'm Christine Pryor, the Assistant City Clerk. And if I could clarify, the list of holidays that we are avoiding council meetings, those are just city council meetings, not committee meetings.
Okay, but do we want the city schools liaison committee is meeting on a Muslim holiday, and finance committee is meeting on Lunar New Year on the February 17th.
I think if the council would like us to include committee meetings when scheduling to avoid these holidays, we're happy to include that. We just haven't in the past, and that's why it's not reflected in the calendar. In the last year, we only focused on the Monday City Council meetings.
And to clarify, when this was brought to HRC, I believe HRC is just focusing on council meetings specifically.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. What do the people think? Should all the committee meetings avoid those holidays or just the council?
That's a lot of days.
Yeah, it is.
to block out. I mean, we might be better off for someone who wants to observe the holiday, just to skip the committee meeting and be down to 2 instead of 3. I mean, that's another solution.
And I think one of our reasonings was that often agenda items come to committee first and then go to city council subsequently. So members of the public who might not be able to participate at committee would then still have another opportunity to comment when it comes to council.
Okay.
Councilor Burt?
Yeah, I think if we're going to have an expeditious review of this tonight, we can't wade into that and really resolve it. And I do think that if we just accomplish the council meetings tonight, we do have generally some latitude in the committee meeting scheduling, so we could still potentially accommodate those dates, but do that on an ad hoc basis.
If I may also add in, I didn't share my presentation that we were planning, but we do dates around the dates of significance, which is listed in attachment B. We do point out it's an iterative process. We are committed to our wellness and inclusion, and this is a part of the equity and action plan. So I believe staff in the city manager's office is in consultation with the council and committees, as well as collaboration with the clerk's office, looking into how we can further look into these dates of significance.
Councilor Stone?
Yeah, first want to acknowledge clerk's office for all your work on here. We got so many appreciative emails around the calendaring, so you're doing a great job, and thanks to the HRC too. I agree with Councilmember Rectal as far as his concerns. I think it's not just a matter of meetings that we can make, but also a matter of members of the public being able to participate, and if there's a evening of religious worship, they might not be able to do so. But I think for where we're at right now, I agree with Councilmember Burt as far as moving forward on an ad hoc basis with the expectation that those committees should not be meeting on those days, and hopefully next year then the clerk's office, because I know this would be a lot of work, can incorporate that into the committee meetings as well. Sorry, coming year. Yeah, not 2027. Saying for the clerk's office to get to do the committees for that year, and we do an ad hoc basis in 2026 for committees.
Okay, can we get the motion that the city clerk would like? Is it up?
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but if I could point something out just, because I know the hour's late, I just want to make sure that the council's fully aware. If we go with the priority setting on the 24th, and then the 4th Mondays for the special meetings, that means we will have the priority setting on Saturday, January 24th, and then a council meeting on Monday, January 26th. Just want to raise that in case that causes any concerns.
I thought the city manager said that we don't usually have a meeting on the Monday following the Saturday.
Right. I think we would propose that there not be a meeting on the 26th as a result.
So in that case, you would only have 2 meetings in January, because Monday the 19th is Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
And one of those meetings is a reorganization, which is not actually a substantive work meeting. One substantive meeting. So I think we should look at adding maybe a Tuesday meeting after MLK.
Well, we could pick up option 1, as we've done before, on Martin Luther King Day. We just move it out a day or 2. So it could be the 20th or the 21st, and then we'd still fit it in that week.
Yeah.
Right, so either the 20th or the 21st, because we're out on the 19th.
Yep.
Agreed. I think it's all still better than moving the retreat to the 31st if we can avoid it.
Yep. And still leave the 26th open.
Yes. Because I don't think we want to forego the February 2nd, because February is always a short month anyway.
To do what? Okay. No, she doesn't. I can see it right here. No. You're trying to fake me out again on this, council member. Go ahead.
I would like to, well, we don't even have, so I'd like to move the motion on the screen and add that we direct the city clerk's office to ensure that the holidays are honored, whether it's council or a committee. I do think that if you're celebrating Yom Kippur, if you're observing Yom Kippur, I should say, whether you're on council or you're a member of the public, you don't want the city to be meeting on anything important on your Day of Atonement.
Need a second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? Councilmember Burt?
As I stated before, I favor trying to schedule those dates, but I think ensure is a bit strong at this point in time, and if it was changed to pursue or explore, I'd be willing to accept that.
I'll accept that.
Okay.
Avoid. Try to attempt to avoid.
Okay, your light's not on, so that's why I didn't see, so go ahead. Councilmember Lou? Now it is.
I have a new button. The previous button was broken, so I can see that they installed
You having problems with new
a
technology
new one
here?
that I am figuring out. So on September and October, I'll note that we only have 2 regularly scheduled city council meetings. And those are both busy months that if we only actually have 2 regularly scheduled meetings, we would be pretty much guaranteed to meet on that fourth Monday, I believe. So, I mean, I think we should count on having 3 meetings on each of those months, and I'm fine if one of those, or if that's on the 4th Monday, but
Well, similar.
otherwise, we could do a similar move
Yeah,
as
exactly.
January and get something on the Tuesday or Wednesday after
Yeah, I think
the holiday.
generally that should be the practice. If we can't do the Monday, just do Tuesday or Wednesday, and then we keep it there, and then we don't have to deal with that 4th Monday.
Yes. So
You can just do that
I don't
on
know
your
if we need to update bullet number 1 or if bullet number 1 could just be broadly phrased to say, for meetings that fall on a holiday, we go with 1 or 2 of the next subsequent business days.
You say. All right, let's vote.
Could I just ask Madam Clerk to make a further edit to number 4, which is direct staff to explore also avoiding, and then get rid of council and. So it's just council committee meetings. Yeah. In other words, we're already doing it for council. We're just trying to add committees.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Lou?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Not a guess.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. We're actually going to skip the presentation that we had planned. You have access to it. If you have questions, we can pull it up. Claire Raybold, our planning manager, is going to give you a quick 30-second synopsis of what we're asking you to do tonight.
Do we have to do that on the calendar, Molly? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. See if there's any.
This is public comment for item 9. I mean, sorry.
11.
My goodness, item 11. One moment. No requests to speak and no hands are raised on Zoom.
Good evening, council members. Claire Raybold, manager of current planning. We are here tonight to, under work being prepared under a Metropolitan Transportation Commission grant, which includes a scope to prepare a request for proposal for a affordable housing project at the 340 Portage site on the land being dedicated to the city. To inform that proposal, we prepared some massing diagrams and performa analysis for your review. And we're simply asking for some feedback to inform preparation of the draft RFP, which will need to be completed by the end of the year by our consultant. And so to inform that RFP, we're asking you to provide feedback in particular related to any key development standards, kind of parameters of the key development standards that might inform that RFP, and providing direction to staff to prepare and release a request for proposal for a future partnership to build an affordable housing project or otherwise defer release of the RFP to a future date. And we have 2 consultants that are here tonight under our grant. Van Meter, Williams, Pollock, Karen Murray is available as an architect if you have questions. And then Rick Jacobus from Street Level Advisors is also available, and he performed the performa analysis and will complete preparation of the request for proposal or draft request for proposal for the city. And with that, I'll turn it back to you.
So just a couple of procedural questions. Do you intend to take all 3 proposals, or do you want discussion about whether that's the right approach?
No, so the goal tonight, so we've presented 3 scenarios just to give you some examples of scenarios that you might be able to explore and how those differ. And so we're looking for your feedback on whether you have a preference on heights or maximums, minimums for units and parking spaces, et cetera. Kind of the high-level things that would really inform the RFP.
Okay, and then the other thing is the last thing you said, which is sort of out of packet page 191, whether we should proceed with the RFP or defer issuance until the city has a clearer vision for redevelopment. So the latter is only basically the park, as I read it. That's the only missing item.
Yes, exactly. I guess the question would be, we're going to finish preparing a draft RFP because it's part of the grant work. However, we have no obligation to release the RFP immediately, so it would be council's decision on whether this is the right timing for the release of the RFP. If you have an interest in gaining more knowledge of maybe what's happening with the park component or any other feedback you might have.
That's just what I was checking. It's basically
Yeah.
just the mesh with the park component.
Yeah, and funding availability too.
But we'll never know that until we get it out there, so. Okay. Is there public comment on this?
Yes, we have one request to speak. Our first speaker is Cedric B.
Hello, good evening, council again. Cedric, DLB. I'm noting that scenario 3 with 75-foot height is consistent with the NVR4 zoning with 100% affordable housing projects. I would encourage that highest height and density to be what the city pursues, given that the site is surrounded by higher density zones. There are no single-family homes adjacent to the site. It's within walking distance to Caltrain and buses, and has easy automobile access to El Camino Real with the traffic light at Portage. So this seems to be an ideal site for higher densities, which was in fact the original vision for the NVCAP process, to try to increase more housing in that area. The adopted NVCAP plan showed a long rectangle of the affordable housing parallel to Portage, but in the 3 scenarios in the staff report, the housing is stretched more towards the creek. Please make sure that you leave more distance from the creek, not just 50 feet from the center line. Remember that in approving the NVCAP, Council recommended renaturalizing Matadero Creek through the site to the maximum extent possible, and that the most ambitious renaturalization option studied in the feasibility study would widen the creek right-of-way from the current 60 feet to 100 feet. And most of that widening was on the west side, basically the park side and the affordable housing side of the creek, given the existing buildings on the east side. So I'm concerned that if you bring the building to within 50 feet of the creek center line, you will prevent these wider creek naturalization options. You have plenty of space to work with, so there is no need to expand the building in that particular direction, since all the rest of the area will be parkland anyways. And keep in mind that a wider naturalized creek can support vegetation in the creek bed and walking down in the creek. So it's all part of the park experience, kind of like we have the creek in Bold Park. I'd love for the city to encourage the affordable housing to have green roofs or other biophilic features which improve occupant physical and emotional wellness and quality of life, and which also would support habitat more than just an empty roof with some boring equipment on there. So I support the notion. I also support the notion of community uses on the ground floor. And in terms of daylighting, I think it'd be great to see like a stepped, a terraced kind of option. You know, there could be a wider building on the ground floor and narrower as it goes up, with the slope side kind of facing the park direction, so that you have less shadow on the park usage. Great, thank you.
That concludes public comment for action item 10.
Thank you. We'll come back to the dais for comments. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, staff, for bringing this forward. I'm excited for this. Just a couple of questions. So I know under the development agreement, we don't get the $5 million from Sobrato until occupancy of the townhomes. Do we have an anticipated date of when that happens?
We're currently anticipating spring of 2026 is what the future buyer is hoping for.
Great, they're making a great.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's for issuance of the building permit, and so I'm sorry.
That was really impressive.
So I would say approximately 1 year from that time frame, so 2027.
Okay, so are we seeing any chance that that money can help go towards this project based on the timeline?
Yeah, okay. Absolutely.
That's helpful to know. And then saw that most of, so I know that the shadow study that was done, that was showing scenario 3 seems like most of where those shadows from the project would impact would be Lot 3 across from Portage. Remind me, those are office spaces? That's an office development?
Yes, I believe Lot 3 was the office development. Let me just check. Where the, that's like, I think you're referencing, hold on. Do you have the packet? Sorry. I wanna look at the, which one is Lot 3 under the. Yeah, Lot 3 is the remaining portion of the cannery. It's all office. There is a small retail space at the corner there.
Okay, but not further residential?
Not for residential. Lot 1 is the residential.
Right, okay, good. That makes me feel a little better about the shadow impacts. And then just, the option of possibly kind of deferring this until kind of further, I guess, development or kind of planning for that, for the full 3.25 acre site. If we do that, which I'm hesitant to do, because I think we need to prioritize this affordable housing, what's the likely timeline for the planning development and that kind of, that full site, if we were to do that?
That's not on any planning effort at the moment.
So years. Okay, then I think in an ideal world, that would be great, but since it's going to delay the affordable housing so significantly, unless we have other places for those dollars to be able to go to that we can get more, and then I'd rather us move forward. And then just kind of briefly, I think for this location, scenario 3 makes the most sense. I don't think scenario 2 is bad either. I think scenario 1 doesn't give us enough for what we'd want to see there, especially kind of like just the opportunity for some good density and growth in that part of the city. Looking at my other notes. Yeah, was there, other questions that you were that's what you were sort of looking for? It was just kind of very broad feedback like that?
Yes, I think it would be really helpful if council could also weigh in on some of the key development standards in particular. For example, if there's a minimum parking that you feel would be appropriate.
So if I'm taking your feedback as you're comfortable with the development standards that are presented
in table 1.
Sure. Yeah, great, for scenario 3.
Yeah, generally. Okay, thanks.
Councilor Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How exciting. I want to be sure everyone is aware that I think we are expecting a state affordable housing bond to come down the pike for $10 billion. And I'm told that projects with entitlements in hand will be the first in line for that new state level money. So it would be wonderful wherever we are with our affordable housing efforts. If we can get in line for that money, that would be good. Generally, I'm aligned with the development standards that are in the table. I prefer the larger unit count, but mostly I prefer the one we can afford, along with our other affordable housing priorities elsewhere in the city. I would support any of the 3 of these, I guess is what I'm saying, depending on all the other variables. I appreciate the public comment about creek naturalization, which has been contemplated for this site, and his concerns about ensuring the setback of the affordable housing is sufficient accordingly. You asked about target populations. I tend not to be in favor of articulating types of people or professions and careers and jobs that people do in order to be eligible for housing. I tend to prefer creating a lot of affordable housing and let the humans sort themselves into whatever location and type of housing best suits them. However, if I was to state a preference, it would be for people who work in the city, or to take a age-related approach. There's research that shows that when you put seniors together with youth, so say low-income seniors with transitional youth coming out of perhaps foster care or other highly stressed environments. There's great research that shows that mental health improves for both populations when they have the opportunity to interact. So that's an example of what we might be able to contemplate here or elsewhere. I'm not in any way trying to push that. I just throw it out as a suggestion, a different way to think about if we're trying to curate opportunities for particular populations. I do want to ask you, what do we mean by affordable housing, and might it include a shelter for people who are unhoused? Might it include a safe parking lot?
So I think the council has, this is going to be the city's land and the city's RFP. So you get to decide how you want to use this and for what purpose, including other aspects of this site. We're getting 3.5 acres when the terms are all settled. And you took a consent calendar action item on that today. So how that site is used is really up to the council's discretion.
So I would just offer that I know Move Mountain View has contemplated the possibility of building a tiny home community somewhere in the affordable housing context, perhaps an RV dweller / tiny home community. And it would be great to do some outreach to them to see if, they are at a stage where they could put some kind of proposal together. The final thing I'll say is I think we've seen warning signs from 231 Grant, which isn't renting as quickly as we'd hoped due to the parameters put in place by those who are managing enrollment. We want to, I know this is way cart before the horse, but we just want to make sure next time around that whomever we're working with is really clear on how to make people aware and move them through the pipeline of from application to becoming leaseholders. Thank you.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So first, I want to concur with what Cedric had brought up earlier on how we draw the parcel lines. And I was concerned actually earlier that we were approving item 6, and I understand that the city manager had clarified that that was not locking us into those parcel lines, because I think it's very important that the park be a significant buffer along all of that creek area, and that we would reconfigure the affordable housing so that it would be still overlooking the park and the creek, but just set back from there. So I think that's important. I did want to ask on the height, the NVCAP process had set heights as within the guidance of that program. What were those heights?
Let me check. I think that that's included on. I just realized, let me double check.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'll ask another question too, because I do think that as we're developing a whole neighborhood here, one of the things we really haven't, as a community, as a council, as boards and commissions, is really have a tutorial on what are the principles in urban design, and how do you create a sense of place. And part of that is that you don't have one building that sticks out incongruously with the balance. And so I think that'll be important. On the tiny home issue, one of the problems with tiny homes is they are single story, and you'll get far less affordable housing out of the very limited acreage that we would own and be able to offer for affordable housing, and the limited acreage sites that we have anywhere in our community. So if in communities where they have a lot of land, it is great. For our community, I don't think it works very well. And then an important thing on the parking for me is to evaluate two elements to really driving transit use and reducing parking demand. The first is shared cars, like Zip cars. They don't replace single parking spaces. Every one of those spots might replace 5 or 10 or more cars that are needed to be parked, driving down the cost of building affordable housing and allowing us to have more units rather than more parking spaces. Because if you have a transit pass and you're near a transit station, you may use transit and biking for 80–90% or more of your trips. But that doesn't mean you're willing to give up your car that you need for once every 2 weeks. Whereas a shared car rental addresses that for a whole slew of people, but I only need that car once every 2 weeks or 4 weeks. I don't need it every day. So I don't know what the numbers are, and I'm sure those companies have estimates on how many parking spaces they actually eliminate. I think this is a very important aspect of us trying to drive down parking demand. The second thing is on transit passes. At MTC, we had an extensive discussion last week on really looking at our programs on transit-oriented communities, priority development areas, what was transit-oriented development, now we're calling it transit-oriented communities. Over the last 15 years, we have had, in one sense, great success in terms of having 2/3 of all the new housing growth being in transit-oriented communities. Unfortunately, even before COVID, at the same time, they had population growth, worker growth, and a concentration of housing near transit. We had a decline in transit use in the region. And I'm pretty convinced that just building it and they will come is not a good enough answer. It's build it near transit is important, but getting transit passes and/or good access to transit is at least equally important. And so one of the principles that I'd like to see here is that this would be a first location for the city where residents would necessarily be provided with transit passes. At VTA, I put through over the last couple of years, and we now at least have on our affordable housing projects, we have 2 years of transit passes, but we're looking at programs to continue it. So I think those two principles are really important for us to go from just saying, oh yeah, we don't need the parking, which is nonsense, to how do we create the circumstances to reduce the need for parking and increase the use of transit, and it has to be really well designed. So anything on the height?
Yeah, 65 feet.
That's it, what it is. Okay. Yep. So 65 feet was the max we were looking for NV cap, and that's scenario 2. And I think that's a lot of units. And that's a lot. It's 109 units if we have, 30% of them, or 28% be 3-bedroom and another 28% 2-bedroom, which is a rarity in our affordable housing. So I think scenario B is what I would support.
Councilmember Liu?
Thank you. Just a couple comments and then I'll get to some questions. I fully agree with the public commenter about the size, going for a larger size, about the layout of the site, about considering community uses, though I realize any sort of community use or non-purely residential use can be tricky with LIHTC. I just want to understand, between these different scenarios, obviously the funding gap gets larger, though the city contribution is planned to be around the same. Is there any intelligible principle we can use to think about the risk associated with each of these different scenarios? Like if we are too ambitious, is there a X% chance that we are stuck in LIHTC purgatory and we never get enough grants or tax credits to actually build it? Or like, is there any consideration of risk that we should think about for these different sizes?
I don't know if Rick Jacobus, are you available? I don't know if you'd be able to answer that question.
Sure, I'm here. I'm happy to answer that. Hi, I'm Rick Jacobus with Street Level Advisors. And we did the pro forma analysis on affordable housing, and I think your question uh, aligns perfectly with the reality. And unfortunately, there's not a clear cutoff point. The larger the gap, the longer it will take a developer that you select to find and line up all of the resources that they need. And we recommended that you include at least $5 million city funding. And we did that based on looking at what other projects have gotten funding from the state, because the state funding is really the key resource. And at a number lower than that, you start to feel like the project's going to be uncompetitive, at least the way it worked in the past. In the future, with the new housing bond, there'll be new rules and new priorities. So it's hard to know exactly where those cutoffs will be. But the larger projects, the denser projects, could stand a larger local contribution. But the gap is a timing factor and a risk factor. And your the LIHTC limbo is exactly the right word. It's not just the LIHTC, it's the tax credits plus the state funding from maybe more than one source, and they all have to come together. And so you could end up getting one source, but not the others that you need, and that could lead to delays.
Yes.
The good news is it's a good site and it's going to be competitive. So, with the sufficient commitment from the city, we think it's likely that you'll be able to fund a project at this site.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I'm sure we can talk more about the details once we get the RFP. I just wanted to also ask, what kind of targeting can we actually offer? I don't know what kind of, I realize we don't fully know all of the funding sources and potential constraints, but just thinking about Councilmember Lithcott-Hames's comments, can we offer targeting, for example, to prefer, say, Palo Alto city staff or PAUSD staff or things like that?
Would you like me to answer that, or do you want to answer that, Claire?
I think staff is huddling a little bit.
Yeah, let's go to staff first.
So this is an area of some uncertainty. And I think that would be something that you'd want to tackle at the point where you are looking at really finalizing a project and a regulatory agreement in terms of how the law is developed at that point.
Yeah, and I'll just say from the staff perspective, we weren't so much looking at it at that level. We were interested in, do we want senior housing, or, do we want to focus on, it could be veterans or, developmental, challenges that we need to, provide more housing for. That's the sort of angle that we were looking at.
Yeah. I think essential workers are a very compelling group for me, and that, is broadly encompassing, but people who work in Palo Alto and would benefit from a much deeper affordability level than we have in many of our inclusionary units. And that's also better for traffic purposes, of course, because they wouldn't be commuting to a separate job out of the city. And maybe just one question, or I'll just squeeze in one last question just for my curiosity. So the construction type is one story of concrete podium with the parking and then layers of wood above that. It's sort of a little bit surprising to me that the hard costs per foot, excluding the housing, just get higher and higher as you build more stories of wood. My impression was that the sort of per square foot costs actually decline as you add more wood on top of your sort of existing typology. I don't know if that's something the consultant could address or just help us think about the costs and
Sure.
whether that's really why that unfortunate trade-off exists for this project.
Right. For the 5-story building, that would be one level of concrete with 4 stories of wood on top. And then 6 stories has 1 story of concrete, 5 stories of wood on top. To get to 7 stories, you have 2 levels of concrete. So that second level of concrete is more expensive than the old wood level, if that makes sense.
Okay. Okay, so that helps me reason a little bit about like about the cost and feasibility of scenario 2 versus 3. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to jump in before everybody forgets what Councilmember Burt just said, because I want to +1 to that. I actually agree with everything he says, and I want to do a +1 to him. And that is that one of the things I think we still don't keep in mind is that folks need cars at various times, which he addressed in a couple of ways. But some of these folks are not going to be on the bus route or the train route. If there's a teacher that has to go to where Councilmember Stone works, and the other person is a gardener that works around town, they probably want 2 cars, not 0. So we can't assume that even the things that Councilmember Burt suggested are going to solve this problem. It's just the reality. My non-below market rate daughter and husband lived right on the train tracks in Redwood City, not on the train tracks, but in an apartment building right there. And neither one of them could use that ever because they had no way to get to their jobs. So I just think we have to take that seriously. And I'm not a believer yet that people are going to find some other way, or they're going to walk, or they're going to change their jobs to get close to their house. So my one concern with these scenarios is the parking ratio, which you asked us to comment on. And when I see, for example, on the 75-foot building that's going to have 79 units that have no parking, and the other half roughly have 1 car, that just gives me high concern, even to the marketability of it. So I think there's some way that you should try to look at that parking ratio. For example, it's mentioned that 3-bedroom units raise the cost of the whole project, and this has got a pretty high 3-bedroom ratio, of close to 30%. So maybe there's a way that you could trim that down a little bit. And you note that I was expecting to see that lifts were going to take the rest of the problem away, but then the analysis said, but we don't really like lifts. So I would like to see somehow that you sort of do some tweaking with that. On the height, in terms of current buildings, is there anything that's more than like 3 or 4 stories? I'm sorry, current buildings in the development plan from Sobrato?
No, not in the development plan for Sobrato. There is the closer to El Camino, the 3001 El Camino project is a taller building, five stories.
Yeah, but that might be the tallest one there. And there are, unlike what the public commenter said, there are single-family homes in there as well. So it's a pretty low situation unless we're planning on getting some taller buildings from other projects. The whole point that Councilmember Burt mentioned that we often call context even applies here. And so having a park with a 7-story building right at the edge of it is, at least questionable. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it.
Doesn't our El Camino focus area include now this side of the street? Aren't we entertaining that?
We have extended the housing focus area to include just on that El Camino.
The El Camino side.
Yeah, it extends. So, yeah, I do think it is an area in transition as well. And so.
Yeah, could get more height there.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying is we want to put it in the context of what it's going to be, not just what it is right now. But I wasn't recalling anything in Sobrato that went nearly this high because they're townhome emphasis. I also think, like others, that raising 120 million might be a little easier than 150 million. So I'm kind of zeroing in on the 65-foot building in option 3, and concerned about the higher building. And I know you give up some units, but as we always say, that has to be livable for for everybody around that area. I think that the 5 million commitment right now, I don't know if anybody's hearing me. I think the 5 million commitment that is being proposed in the pro forma, I think is about right for right now. And we can look at that, more later. I also think we could look at, it didn't list any 80% AMI. So that's another reason to get this thing to pay out a little bit better if we added a few 80% units and drop some 3 bedrooms. So just fiddle with that a little bit.
Usually that has to do with the funding sources, which are geared toward lower income.
Yeah, exactly.
And actually, so does the number of 3 bedrooms. So we could bring that down to 25% threes and 25% twos, but that's the minimum for the typical funding sources.
Okay. And the creek, I remember when that was last discussed a few years ago already, the concern there was that there's a lot of dollar signs connected with that. So that's way in the future. So we obviously need to plan for that in terms of setbacks and all, but nobody should buy a fishing pole yet. Okay, that's my input. Councilmember Rectal.
One of my concerns is that we're building these affordable housing on parking lots, and in here, we only have a limited amount of space. We're going to run out, and I think we really want to make this most we can out of this. And so my first inclination is to go as high as we can, just because make the most use of the parcel. When I look at the height scares me a little, but around SB 79 is going to be most of that area. And so that's going to be higher. Along the El Camino focus area, that's going to be higher. So I don't think this is going to be out of character for the neighborhood. But what scares me even more is the funding gap. The $50 million, that's a lot of money to come up with. Is it feasible that we'll get $50 million of external funding, or we're going to have to get our pocketbook out and chip in more? Is that
It's our opinion that it's feasible.
Your opinion that it is feasible?
Yes.
Okay.
Doesn't mean it's guaranteed in any way, but it is consistent with what we see in other projects in similar communities.
Okay. And as the mayor mentioned, we do have very light parking, but again, this is low income, and especially if you have a TDN program, and I agree with Councilmember Burt, Zipcar is a very good option. One of my coworkers would take the bus every day to work, but he still had a car because he surfed, and he would drive to the coast, and that's the only reason he had a car. So I think having a Zipcar would allow those people who want to get out for the weekend trip still to use it. They don't have to pay for insurance. They don't have to pay for parking. I think for them, they would have a big incentive not to have a car. So with a Zipcar and a TDM, an aggressive TDM program, maybe we could make that parking work. If we can make the funding gap, then I would prefer scenario 3. If we really can't think we can build it with scenario 3, then I'd fall back to scenario 2. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Well, thanks for bringing this forward. I mean, it is exciting to contemplate it, and being able to be a little creative with this space it's a nice thing. Yeah, I mean, all of the options have their attributes. I'm less interested in, like my colleagues generally, in option 1 because of the lower height and less units, but also because of the orientation of the courtyard. I much prefer the ones that kind of look out toward the park, and so I think that 2 and 3 are better in that respect. Also, it's a relatively large, it's not much different, but it's a large shadow for the height and units that you get. So it's just a little tiny bit more of a shadow with the one that's 6 stories tall in option 2. So I prefer 2 and 3. 3, I had the same concerns as Councilmember Rectal about the $50 million funding gap, but if we think that's been done in other cities and feel decently about that, then that's less cause for concern. Yes, honoring the creek setback with the hope, even though it's not near, that we don't have to get out our fishing poles yet, but that we can naturalize or at least preserve the option. to do that, I think is an important thing. With respect to cars and parking, yeah, I do like the option of, I do like the idea of trying to help people not own a car, whether it's with zip cars or something else. I like that idea as well. It's interesting, my daughter in her 20s just doesn't seem to have any interest in owning a car. You know, she lives in a suburban-ish area outside a major metro area, but she will find her way. She'll Uber if she needs a car, unless it's a long distance, in which case she takes a train or a bus. And we'd even said we'd give her a car for graduation, and she's like, hold that thought, which is shocking. So, you know, I think it's a generational thing. There's sort of a little different of attitudes, but we need to accommodate all. And to that point, I'm not ready to commit to it at this point, but I'm quite intrigued by the idea of senior housing. I prefer the idea of, you know, near Avenidas, but I know that now getting caught up in all the downtown planning and with the SB 79 stuff, I don't know how readily available, for example, the lot behind Avenidas is, but I am concerned about our silver tsunami. I am concerned about affordable senior housing. And so that's something I'd like to see us continue the conversation about. I don't know if this is exactly the right spot, but you know, that's something I would like to see further explored.
Okay. Do you have what you need?
I guess I'm just curious in terms of drafting the RFP, if there is interest from the majority of council members to see senior housing, or if the draft RFP that we prepare, you know, should be moving more along the lines of what, of a typical affordable housing project.
Aren't we considering senior housing downtown?
For Lot T or?
No, the one next to Avenidas, Lot C. Wasn't that penciled in as senior housing?
I've heard that discussed, but I didn't know it had reached even penciled in state, but I don't direct relate. Yeah.
I don't think so.
That's correct. We're not.
Okay.
I think we've been urged in that direction by community members, but it hasn't come to us yet.
Definitely that, yeah.
I am not in favor of putting, I threw that out as an example, seniors plus youth. I'm certainly not in favor personally of seniors only. So I would prefer that not be in there as a standalone thing. I think it's too early to be directing it towards specific populations.
Yeah, I think what we'll do with that question and with the scenario is plan for a range of options. We're hearing, you know, clearly between scenarios 2 and 3, there are some things that we'll need to work out with respect to the creek setback. The further we move that could have an implication on the design and orientation of a future building. But I think we have enough information to form an RFP, and then of course it'll come back for the city council to review. And if your thoughts have evolved since then, we could always make changes then.
Good, glad to get moving on another affordable housing project. It's great. Okay. That does it for this issue, and I think that does it for the evening. Thanks to staff and to council. We stand adjourned.